discussion will begin. We hope that today's conference will be beneficial and meaningful experience for all attendees.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? Today's International Maritime Mobility Forum will begin at 9:30 a.m. Please come into the conference room and take your seats. Thank you for your kind cooperation. And for the smooth running of the conference, please put your phone in silent mode during the conference. For the guests standing in the back, please fill up the front row seat first. Thank you very much. And we will be providing simultaneous interpretation for your convenience. Please set your receiver to channel 1 for Korean and channel 2 for English. And please place the receiver on the table after use. May I have your attention, please? Today's International Maritime Mobility Forum will begin at 9:30 a.m. Please come into the conference room and take your seats. Thank you very much for your kind cooperation. And for the smooth running of the conference, please put your phone in silent mode during the conference. For the guests standing in the back, please fill up the front row seat first. Thank you very much. And we'll be providing simultaneous interpretation for your convenience. Please set your receiver to channel 1 for Korean and channel 2 for English. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, very good morning and welcome to the 2024 International Maritime Mobility Forum. My name is Kim Ji-hyun and it is my absolute pleasure and honor to be serving as your MC for this very meaningful event taking place here in Busan. Thank you very much for your attendance. And first, we will begin with the pre-event activities, including the inauguration of the Human Resource Development Forum and the signing of the letter of intent. And next, the event will consist of the following. Session 1 on overview of advanced maritime mobility technology, development and policy trends. And session 2, presentations on the IMO's international cooperation programs, capacity building project, and future seafarer labor policies. And session 3, presentations on the impact of advanced maritime mobility and the seafarers on the shipping and logistic industry. After the 3 sessions, roundtable discussion will begin. We hope that today's conference will be a beneficial and meaningful experience for all attendees. So now, before we officially start off the conference, I'd like to introduce the guests of honor who have graciously joined us. The first joining us is Arsenio Dominguez, Secretary General of the IMO. Thank you for your attendance. Thank you, Secretary General. Next is Choi Sung-yong, Deputy Director, Safety Policy Division, Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries of the Republic of Korea. Thank you very much. And next we have Im Gi-taek, the former Secretary General of IMO. Thank you very much. And next is Kim Jong-deok, the President of Korea Maritime Institute. Thank you, President. So we have Hong Gi-yong, President of Korea Research Institute of Ships and Ocean Engineering. Thank you very much. And next, Sonia B. Malaluan, Administrator of Philippine Maritime Industry. Thank you very much for your attendance. And next, we have Captain Trikayati, Director of Jakarta Maritime Institute under the Ministry of Transportation in Indonesia. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And next, Park Sung-yong, President of Federation of Korean Seafarers Union. Thank you. And also we have Kim Jong-tae, President of Korea Marine Officers Association. Thank you very much. And next is Ryu Dong-gun, President of Ministry of Korea Maritime and Ocean University. Thank you very much. And next we have Kim Min-jong, President of Korea Institute of Maritime and Fishery Technology. Thank you very much. And finally, we have Yang Chang-ho, Vice Chairman of Korea Ship Owners Association. Thank you very much. And now, we will now begin the appointment certificate and signing ceremony of the letter of intent. And may I ask all distinguished guests participating in the appointment certificates of appointment presentation and LOI signing to please come up to the stage. And now we will now proceed with the presentation of appointment certificates. The first is Chairman Im Gi-taek and Commissioner Kim Jong-deok. Please come forward. President Kim Jong-deok will present the appointment certificates to Chairman Im Gi-taek. (2024) Letter of Appointment. Chairperson in IFETES, Im Gi-taek, the former Secretary General of IMO. Im Gi-taek is appointed as a chairperson of the International Forum on Education and Training for Advanced Seafarers on High-Tech Maritime Mobility, period, from September 10th, 2024 to September 9th, 2029. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause. And next, yes, please give a big round of applause. And next, Chairman Im Gi-taek will present the appointment certificates to President Kim Jong-duk. Letter of appointment. Vice Chairperson in IFATAS, Kim Jong-duk of Korea Maritime Institute, Republic of Korea. The content is as previously stated. Thank you very much. Please take your seat at the table on stage. Please give a big round of applause. Thank you very much. And next, President Hong Ki-yong of Korea Research Institute of Ships and Ocean Engineering. Please come forward. The appointment letter. The Vice Chairperson in IFATAS, Hong Ki-yong. The content is as previously stated. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause. Please take your seat at the table on stage. And next, Ms. Sonia B. Malaluan, Administrator of the Philippine Maritime Industry. Please come forward. Appointment letter, Vice Chairperson in IFATAS, Sonia B. Malaluan, Philippine Maritime Industry Authority, Republic of the Philippines. Please give a big round of applause. And please take your seat at the table on stage. So, next, Captain Tri Kayati, Director of Jakarta Maritime Institute under the Ministry of Transportation in Indonesia. Please come forward. Yes. Appointment letter, Vice Chairperson in IFATAS, Captain Antony Arif Priati. Thank you very much. The content is as previously stated. Please take your seat. Next, President Ryu Dong-gun, President of Korea Maritime and Ocean University. Please come forward. Yes, the content is as previously stated. Please give him a big round of applause. Yes, please take your seat at the table on stage. And next, Kim Min-jong, President of Korea Institute of Maritime and Fishery Technologies. Please come forward. The appointment letter, Vice Chairperson in IFATAS, Kim Min-jong, Korea Institute of Maritime and Fisheries Technology, Republic of Korea. Thank you very much. Please take your seat at the table on stage. And now we will proceed with the signing of the letter of intent. Choi Sung-yong, the Deputy Director, Safety Policy Division of Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries, and Arsenio Dominguez, the Secretary General of the IMO, and Im Gi-taek, the Chairman of the Forum, are requested to stand at the back of the table as witnesses to the LOI signing. Thank you very much. So, please proceed with signing the LOI. Please proceed with the signing the LOI. Thank you very much. And please pass the signed LOI to the side once it is completed. Please pass the signed LOI to the side. It is completed. letter of intent on building a global platform for maritime mobility manpower training between Korea Maritime Institute and Korea Research Institute of Ships and Ocean Engineering and the Ministry of Transportation of the Republic of Indonesia and the Philippine Maritime Industry Authority and Korea Maritime and Ocean University and Korea Institute of Maritime and Fishery Technologies. The participants aims to contribute to the international community by fostering and supporting the global maritime mobility industry, leading the future of advanced ships. The goal is to establish a new paradigm in ship education and training, creating a global platform for the safe and effective operation of advanced ships in the long term and making accessible to the world. Ladies and gentlemen, please give them a big round of applause. Thank you very much. We will now proceed with the presents of 3 witnesses and a commemorative photo session. Please stand and hold up the LOI for the photo. So please give your biggest smiles for the photo. And ladies and gentlemen, please give them a big round of applause again. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The pre-event activities have concluded. Please return to your seats and take your places. Thank you very much. Thank you very much once again. And the opening ceremony will begin in 15 minutes. Participants are requested to be seated by 10 p.m., 10 a.m. Thank you very much. trends in commercialization and standardization. Commercialization and standardization. And high-tech maritime mobility.
The planes way pioneer the future conquer seas, and take on challenges while dreaming of making the world your stage that plays the role of leading the new strategic
오전에 그냥 하래요. 아, 그냥 뭐 이제 되는 대로 그냥.
네, 그래서 제가 볼 때는 이 시간대로 해서 그 20분, 뭐 18, 19분 뭐 이때 되면은 그냥 여기 앉아 계시다가 오시면 이렇게 사인이 될 것 같거든요.
아, 제가 시간 재야 돼요, 그러면?
오전에 20분 정도 돼서 쓰면은
그냥 약간 이제 눈치를 주는 거. 제가 어디에 앉아 근데 제가 저기까지 왔다 갔다 해서 거기가 좋지 않나?
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? The opening ceremony will begin at 10:05 a.m. Please come into the conference room and take your seats now. Thank you for your kind cooperation. May I have your attention, please? The opening ceremony will begin soon. So please come into the conference room and take your seats now. Thank you for your kind cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome again. Now we will begin the opening ceremony of today's forum. So with that, now allow me to invite Choi Sung-yong, Director General, the Safety Policy Division, Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries of the Republic of Korea, for his opening remarks. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
여러분 반갑습니다. 방금 소개받은 해양수산부 해사안전국장 최승용입니다. 우선 오늘 포럼 개최를 위해 애써주신 한국해양수산개발원 김종덕 원장님, 선박해양플랜트 연구소 홍기용 소장님께 감사의 말씀을 드립니다. 그리고 뜻깊은 자리에 함께해 주신 IMO 알센요 도밍게스 사무총장님, 한국해양대학교 유동근 총장님, IMO 인기텍 전 사무총장님, 필리핀 사청 소니아 말룰란 청장님, 인도네시아 교통부 윈스노 한도코 인재개발국장님께 감사드립니다. 아울러 오늘 값진 발표와 토론을 진행해 주실 연사와 토론자분들을 비롯한 모든 기빈 여러분께도 감사의 말씀을 드립니다. 존경하는 기빈 여러분, 현재 우리는 기후변화로 인해 지금까지 겪어오지 못한 기상이변과 자연재해를 수시로 경험하고 있습니다. 기후위기의 심각성을 공감하고 있는 국제사회에서는 산업화 이전 대비 지구의 평균온도 상승폭을 1.5도씨 이내로 하기 위해 보다 강도 높은 노력을 하고 있습니다. 국제해사분야도 마찬가지로 국제해사기구에서 2050년 국제해사 탄소 중립 실현을 목표로 하는 2023년 온실가스 감축 전략을 채택하였습니다. 이처럼 기후변화 위기에 대응하기 위한 국제적인 환경 규제는 강화되고 있습니다. 탈탄소화와 동시에 디지털 기술 개발과 인프라 확충도 급속도로 진행되고 있습니다. 선박 운항은 장비의 자동화를 넘어 자율 운항 시스템이 도입되고 정보 교환도 디지털화되고 있습니다. 탈탄소화와 디지털화 두 가지 큰 축은 국제해사 분야의 변화와 혁신을 요구하고 있습니다. 빅데이터, AI 기술을 활용한 운항 최적화를 통해 탄소를 감축하거나 자율 운항 시스템과 무탄소 추진 기술이 융합된 자율 운항 선박 등 관련 기술은 상호 접목되어 기존의 선박 운항 형태를 재편해 나가고 있습니다. 선박뿐만 아니라 이내비게이션, 스마트 항만 등 선박과 항만 간 디지털 정보 시스템도 고도화되고 있습니다. 이에 따라 우리나라는 첨단 해양 모빌리티 육성 전략을 수립하여 기존 선박의 친환경 선박 전환을 위한 연구 개발, 첨단 해양교통 플랫폼 구축, 자율 운항 선박 기술 개발 및 상용화 촉진에 박차를 가하고 있습니다. 신기술을 개발하고 개발된 기술을 운용할 전문 인력 양성에도 힘쓰고 있습니다. 이러한 노력은 국제사회의 탄소 중립 목표를 달성함과 동시에 선박과 교통환경의 안전성을 제고하는 데 기여할 것으로 기대하고 있습니다. 이러한 인식 속에서 오늘 포럼은 첨단 해양 모빌리티 관련 정책과 기술개발 동향, 이를 운용할 인력 양성의 필요성 등에 대해 여러 전문가의 발표와 다양한 토론이 진행됩니다. 논의 과정에서 심도 있는 토론을 통해 앞으로 보완하고 발전시켜야 할 다양한 고견들이 제시되기를 기대합니다. 아무쪼록 오늘 포럼에 참석하신 모든 분에게 의미 있는 시간이 되기를 바랍니다. 다시 한번 바쁘신 가운데서도 포럼에 참석해 주신 내외 기빈 여러분께 깊은 감사를 드리며 함께 하신 모든 분들의 건강과 행복을 기원합니다. 감사합니다.
Thank you very much, Director General Choi. Ladies and gentlemen, please give another round of applause. Thank you very much. And next, I'd like to invite Kim Jong-deok, the president of Korea Maritime Institute, for his welcome remarks. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Good morning. Distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, Honorable Arsenio Dominguez, Secretary General of IMO, and also former Secretary General Lim Gi-taek, and also Director General of the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries, Choi Sung-yong, and Sonia Malauan, the Maritime Industry Authority of Administrator of the Philippines, and also my co-hosting organizations, the Hong Gi-yong, the President of CRISO, and President of the Korea Maritime and Ocean University, Yu Dong-gun. Thank you very much for your precious time with us. It's a great honor to stand before you today at this important gathering, and I extend my heartfelt congratulations on successful opening of the International Maritime Mobility Forum. I am proud that the Korea Maritime Institute had the privilege of the co-organizing and planning these significant events. Being here with all of you today is truly special, and I firmly believe that the topics we will discuss will serve as key milestones as we move forward into the future of the maritime mobility. This forum is taking place at a crucial time for the maritime industry as we are faced with a variety of pressing challenges. At this very important moment, we are navigating a transformative period driven by two major trends, digitalization and decarbonization. Cutting-edge technologies such as autonomous ships and smart ports and adoption of the eco-friendly fuels are quickly becoming vital factors for enhancing the competitiveness and sustainability of the shipping industry. However, as the phase of innovation accelerates, so too do the complexity and challenges we must address. Digitalization has emerged as an essential element in maximizing operational efficiency, reducing cost, and improving safety across the industry. The development of autonomous vessels smart port system reflects a significant shift in how we approach maritime operations. Despite these advancements, we still face a major challenge in ensuring we have a workforce capable of fully understanding and applying these technologies. At the same time, decarbonization has become a necessity, not a choice. With the International Maritime Organizations imposing stricter environmental regulations, the adoption of the eco-friendly fuels, advancement in carbon capture and storage technologies, and improvements in the energy efficiency are top priority for the entire maritime sector. But these innovations require more than just the technologies. They demand a workforce trained to implement and lead these transformations. We still face a significant shortage of highly skilled seafarers who are prepared to take on these challenges, and that is exactly why we are gathered here today. Over the past year and a half, KMI has engaged in in-depth discussion with international organizations like the IMO, as well as with leaders from key seafaring nations such as Philippines and Indonesia. During these discussions, we emphasized the needs for advanced seafarers training and establishment of the global platform to support this mission. I'm thrilled to see that we are now able to take this conversation to the next level and explore concrete solutions together. This first Global Maritime Mobility Forum represents the start of these elections, bringing together industry leaders to discuss how we can cultivate the skilled seafarers necessary to operate the advanced vessels of the future. The global maritime industry is currently grappling with several significant issues, from tightened environmental regulations and economic uncertainty to a shortage of skilled personnel. Among these challenges, strengthening the technology capacity of the world's 1.9 million seafarers to operate cutting-edge vessels is a task that no single country or organization can solve alone. I hope this forum will serve as a foundation for creating a global platform to develop the expertise needed to operate, maintain, and manage autonomous and eco-friendly ships, as well as respond effectively to emergencies. In closing, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries and CRISO, which are co-hosting this forum, and all the organizations represented today here for their support and participation in this forum. I'm confident that this event will mark an important step in establishing a platform that offers diverse education program and training opportunity, helping to solve the key challenges facing the global shipping industries. Thank you for all being here, and I look forward to meaningful discussion and enduring partnership that emerge from this forum. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It was President Kim Jong-duk of KMI. Thank you very much. And next, I'd like to invite Hong Ki-yong, President of Korea Research Institute of Ships and Ocean Engineering, to deliver his welcoming remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him with a huge round of applause.
Good morning, distinguished guests. It's my great pleasure to welcome you to International Maritime Mobility Forum, which we are proud to host as a part of the 2024 Korea Maritime Week. In collaboration with the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries and Korea Maritime Institute, I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to each of you for participation today. In particular, I wish to acknowledge the presence of Director General of the Ministry of Oceans, Choi Sung-yong, President Kim Jong-duk of Korea Maritime Institute, IMO Secretary General Arsenio Dominguez, former IMO Secretary General Im Gi-taek, President Yu Dong-gun of the Korea Maritime and Ocean University, and Director General Sonia Maraluan of Maritime Industry Authority of Philippines. Your attendance today, despite your demanding schedules, is greatly appreciated. Additionally, I warmly welcome our distinguished presenters, panelists, and maritime experts who have joined us to discuss the future of advanced maritime mobility. Ladies and gentlemen, this forum provides a timely platform to explore the dynamic shift towards advanced maritime mobility, one of the most significant global trends in our industry. Today's discussion will offer a vital opportunity to share insights on technological innovation, industry development, international cooperation, and workforce training, all crucial elements in shaping the future of maritime mobility. As we are all aware, maritime industry is experiencing rapid transformation driven by global efforts towards decarbonization and digitalization, which are spearheaded by the International Maritime Organization. In response to this evolving landscape, CRISO is committed to leading the development of cutting-edge technologies in advanced maritime mobility, while actively contributing to international regulatory frameworks and standardization efforts. Our focus remains on close collaboration with both industry and government, particularly in areas such as eco-friendly fuels, onboard carbon capture, autonomous operations, and maritime digitalizations. We are dedicated to accelerating the commercialization of core technologies essential for this new era in maritime mobility. To support these efforts, CRISO is establishing critical infrastructures such as the 1 megawatt green ship test bed and the 30 megawatt land-based test site that is called LBTS in Mokpo, which will become the world's largest facility for testing and evaluating eco-friendly ships. In addition, our Autonomous Ship Verification and Evaluation Research Center in Ulsan is focused on ensuring the safety and reliability of key technologies for autonomous vessels. We firmly believe the CRISO's initiatives will position Korea as a global leader in advanced maritime mobility, while contributing to the establishment of international standards for the sector. Honored guests, journey towards advanced maritime mobility cannot be undertaken by any single organization or nation. It requires the collective efforts of research institutions, industry, classification societies, educational establishments, and governments, all working in unison. International collaboration, particularly through organizations such as IMO, will be key to this transition. To strengthen global cooperation, CRISO has recently established the CRISO Europe Center in Oslo, Norway. This center will serve as a hub for international partnerships aimed at advancing the commercialization of technologies in maritime mobility. In closing, I wish to once again express my heartfelt thanks to all of you for attending today's forum. I'm confident that this event will serve as a significant platform for international collaboration, driving forward the realization of advanced maritime mobility. Thank you.
Thank you very much. He was President Hong Ki-young of CRISO. Thank you very much. And now with that, allow me to invite Secretary General Arsenio Dominguez of International Maritime Organization for his congratulatory remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him with a warm round of applause.
Good morning. It's a pleasure being here, Director General, Secretary General Emeritus, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and my friends, the students, good to see you back. Yesterday at the launch, the focus was on decarbonization and digitalization. And in many exchanges, it was highlighted that we always need to put people first. The fact that today's event is mostly centered on training and education demonstrates the commitment not only from the Republic of Korea, but also the organizers of the Korea Maritime Week, that you are listening and you are paying attention to those calls. And I'm very pleased to have witnessed the signing of the letter of intent this morning that combines a country like the Republic of Korea that is very much focusing on research and development with countries like the Philippines and Indonesia that are actually well known as providers of the labor workforce. Now, it's what happens next. And here's my homework for you. I look forward to participating in future Korea Maritime Weeks, and I would like that when you organize, which I'm sure you will, more events centered on seafarers and the future education, that you bring back the lessons learned and the actions that you have taken to implement this letter of intent. And I'm looking at you directly now. And I'm sure that you will do that. Because whenever we address different challenges from decarbonization, from geopolitics, from enhanced security training, we always need to look at what happens in the past and the people. Human error continues to be one of the main reasons for maritime accidents. And every time that we talk about technology, we need to focus on how it's going to assist the seafarers on board. And this starts from the training. When we started several years ago at IMO looking into e-navigation, that was the main focus, the user needs. And somehow we need to readdress that program, look and learn into what we did in the areas where we still need further work to do the same thing when we talk about decarbonization and digitalization, so we don't make the same mistakes. Because there's still conversations about standardization that we haven't finalized. And this is where those that are developing the training programs can look into those aspects and bring to us the need to standardize, the need to continue to be centered on the user's needs, which is the seafarers. To that end, we are in the process right now at IMO to revise the STCW Convention, which of course is the instrument for the watchkeeping, training and certification of seafarers. And we are looking to bring on board the technological development and the technological advancements. And something that I've been calling on member states to do so is to address this review in a goal-based approach. So our regulatory process doesn't stop the progress of development and enhancement in technological side. Now, thank you for this opportunity again. Thank you for bringing the students, and I hope they have a chance today to ask some of the questions that we need to be asking ourselves as well. And pay attention to the end users. Congratulations to the Republic of Korea for continuing to demonstrate that you focus and you care about the people. And I'm sure you will follow with interest the presentations today that goes from the program and projects that we are developing at IMO to assist all these training and transition, as well as from aspects from the side of the education, as well as the International Transport Federation that brings a lot of experience and expertise because they talk directly to the seafarers. Enjoy the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Secretary General Dominguez. Thank you very much. And next, I would like to invite Ryu Dong-gun, President of Korea Maritime and Ocean University, to deliver the congratulatory remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him up onto the stage with a big hand.
Good morning, everyone. I'm a president of Korea Maritime and Ocean University, which is a prestigious world maritime university because we have here former Secretary General of Ingitek. He is an alumni of Korea Maritime and Ocean University. And also General Director Chae Sung-young, also our alumni, also President of Kim Min-jong of the KIMT. And also Dr. Park Han-sun, who is working very hard to make this event of developing International Maritime Mobility Forum, also alumni of Korea Maritime Ocean University. I'd like to thank very much. And also one of Kim Jong-tae is a chairman of the Marine Seafarers Association, also our alumni. I'd like to thank you, Ministry of Ocean Fisheries, and also Korea Maritime Institute and Korea Research Institute of Ships and Ocean Engineering hosting this forum. I think this forum is held right with the right theme, right time, and right place. Because Busan is the maritime capital city of Korea. And also in Busan, we have so many maritime-related education, training, and research institutes, including our university and also Korea Maritime Institute, and also KIOST and KIMT, so on. Our university is working very hard to train navigation cadet and marine engineering cadet, and also many different training and education programs relating to the maritime sector. And also we have a very close relationship with the maritime research institution and industry to follow new trend in the maritime sector. As Secretary General, Arsenio Dominguez emphasized the importance of maritime seafarers, education and training. Our university is working very hard since 1945. And we educated so many global maritime leaders working in the Korean maritime industry and then in the international maritime organizations. Let me take this opportunity to show you our university's video clip, because here I want to show you very beautiful campus of our university. 잠시 우리 대학 홍보 영상 좀 틀어주십시오. I want to take you, all of you, to visit our university, but I think it's a very tight schedule
The
of you.
place where you pioneer the future seas and take on challenges while dreaming of making the world your stage. That plays the role of leading the new maritime era for maritime powers. A maritime university that is a strategic base. This is Korea Maritime and Ocean University. The Republic of Korea has infinite possibilities to grow as a maritime country. The driver that lead Korea to become a great maritime power for more than 70 years. At the center was the Korea Maritime and Ocean University. The Korea Maritime and Ocean University has various maritime specialized and advanced facilities and equipment to cultivate experts in the maritime field.
여기까지만 좀
including the
보여주시죠.
Han-
시간 관계상. Because of time limit. Okay. Next time I want to take you to our beautiful campus. Okay. And actually this year we have a very meaningful year because Busan is designated from central government, which is a maritime mobility specialized zone. So central government invests a lot of money in Busan and also our university and shipbuilding or ship material industry. And today's International Maritime Mobility Forum is very important. And I'm very honored to become partner institute of this forum. So we signed on LOI. So here I want to promise our university will contribute to develop International Maritime Mobility Forum. And also, I want to give homework to the Secretary General. So our university has a plan to build a downtown campus in Northport. So I want to discuss with the Minister of Ocean Fisheries. In our downtown campus, I want to set up IMO and Korea International Maritime Mobility Center. So in this center, we can provide seafarer education and training program, and also we can collaborate with the KMI and CRIS and KIMFT to develop advanced ship technology. Okay? And also we can further develop international collaboration in this center. Okay? So finally, I hope all of you enjoy today's event and hope to see you again next time in our beautiful campus, KMOU. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your congratulatory remarks. It was President Ryu Dong-gun. Thank you very much. So now, this concludes the opening ceremony. Before we move on to the first session, we would like to have a commemorative photo session. So, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests seated in the front row, please come up to the stage for the photo. 맨 앞줄에 앉아 계시는 내빈 여러분들을 무대로 모셔서 기념사진 촬영하겠습니다. 맨 앞줄에 앉아 계시는 내빈 여러분 무대로 모시겠습니다. 기념사진 촬영하겠습니다. Would all of you seated in front of the row please come up to the stage for the photo? Please follow the guidance of our staffs and join me up onto the stage. Please show us your biggest smiles for the photo. Yes, thank you. And shall we clap together? 박수 한번 치면서 할까요? 예. Shall we clap together? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Please return to your seats. Thank you for your kind cooperation. So, now we will start the first session of the conference. The first presentation will be delivered by Dr. An Hae-sung, Director General of CRISO. And he will give a presentation on current status and development direction of Korea's high-tech maritime mobility for us. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him with a big round of applause. And the presentation time is 20 minutes, followed by 5 minutes for Q&A session.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Hae-sung from CRISO. It is my great honor to be here today to give a presentation on maritime mobility, which is the future of our maritime industry. Before we get into the presentation, let's watch a short video to introduce CRISO. 동영상 좀 부탁드리겠습니다.
We possess a unique power of our own. This power creates waves of new technology and transmits ripples of endless innovation. They come together with different parts of the world, bringing astonishing changes to people's lives. As we lead the paradigms and trends of ships and ocean engineering technology. Over the past 50 years, at sea and in deep waters, the Korea Research Institute of Ships and Ocean Engineering has sought sustainable solutions for the future. The starting point of future changes in the maritime industry and a global R&D hub connecting the world and sea with technology. We are CRISO. To find the answers the world seeks, we ask ourselves the questions. How should the shipbuilding and maritime industry evolve in this era of carbon neutrality and digital transformation? How can we connect the infinite values of the ocean with people's lives? The future of humanity is unimaginable without the ocean. So we add our beliefs to the answers sought by the world and explore innovative solutions that create global standards. From fundamental, proprietary technologies to applied research, we develop creative blue technologies within the R&D ecosystem established over the years. By connecting a wide range of knowledge and technologies, we continue to bring forth creative discoveries. CRISO thus provides the world with the values of the ocean in everyday life and leads it toward a better future. The power that connects the world and the sea and enables voyages into uncharted waters. This power stems from world-class research facilities and the testing and research network that shares accumulated data. Through countless technology transfers, we are fostering the vision of the shipbuilding and maritime industry and elevating the status and possibilities as a maritime power. By serving as a platform for communication, exchange, and collaboration that is open to the world, we are paving the way for the future of ships and ocean engineering. Our network of nationwide regional bases forms the foundation of the power of CRISO, a leader in the global maritime market. We are building a global hub of blue technology. The stronger our power grows, the mightier the future ahead of us will be. Creating innovative and sustainable blue technologies. We stand at the heart of a global maritime power, fostering open collaboration and social contribution to build a better world. Creating waves of change. We are moving towards the future of ships and ocean engineering. Creating ripples of innovation. We are moving closer to people's lives. A global R&D hub that connects the world and the ocean with technology. We are the Korea Research Institute of Ships and Ocean Engineering.
All right, let's back to my presentation. To keep your lunch time, I will quickly present ours. All right. As everybody mentioned, the maritime sector is also undergoing a rapid transition to the digitalization while environmental regulations are being tightened. In the paradigm shift of decarbonization and digitalization, the presentation will introduce the Korean maritime mobility concept with major international trends and the current situation in Korea. The Korean government has defined maritime mobility as the means and related services for transporting people and goods by sea, incorporating advanced technologies such as eco-friendliness and digitalization. In addition, Korean government has defined maritime mobility as encompassing 5 key industries or technologies. They are eco-friendly ships, MAS, maritime autonomous surface ships, maritime digitalization such as ship-shore traffic data exchange for efficient and safe navigation, and maritime PNT for high precision positioning, and related industries such as new materials, components, and equipment. From now on, we'll look at the international trends and the current status of technology development in Korea in these 5 key areas. The first area is the eco-friendly ships. At the 72nd MEPC meeting in 2018, the IMO adopted an initial strategy of reducing greenhouse gas emissions in the international shipping sector by 50% compared to 2008. However, the goal was strengthened at the MEPC 80th meeting held not long ago to achieve net zero by 2050. And to check the achievement of that goal, the IMO decided to reduce at least 20% compared to 2008 by 2030 and strive for a 30% reduction. And by 2040, reduce at least 70%, strive for an 80% reduction. This slide shows some R&D projects in Korea related to eco-friendly ships. The first one is a project to develop innovative technologies for eco-friendly ships starting in 2022. The project aims to develop and commercialize technologies to reduce GHG emissions from ships by 70% or more by 2031. The second one is develop technology for integrated management of ship greenhouse gas emissions. It is planned to implement a support system for integrated management of ship GHG and response to regulations. The third one is develop the safety standards for hydrogen ships. This project aims to build a hydrogen ship safety standard to preemptively respond to the expansion of liquefied hydrogen-fueled ships and hydrogen carriers. Many countries are implementing a range of measures to accelerate the adoption of eco-friendly ships and future fuels. One illustrative example is the declaration of the establishment of green shipping corridors. It is an initiative spearhead the eco-friendly ship industry through the promotion of future fuels and eco-friendly ships that are still in the commercialization phase. At COP27 in November 2022, Korea also announced its intention to collaborate with the United States on the establishment of green shipping corridors between the two countries. The parties have agreed to deploy carbon-free ships at Busan Port and Seattle-Tacoma Port within the next 10 years. A joint announcement of the Korea-US preliminary feasibility study was made at COP28 in Dubai last year. Okay, the second area of focus is mass. This is the area that had received the most attention in the context of ship digitalization. The IMO defines mass as a ship operating on the surface with minimal or no human intervention. In other words, mass includes both partially and fully autonomous ships. Various terms, such as smart ships, autonomous ships, and unmanned ships are mixed and used in the shipbuilding industry. A number of countries are currently engaged in the development of mass. In April 2022, Norway constructed the 120 TEU electric-powered autonomous container ship, Yara Buckland, which was undergoing a test operation for certification. Ocean Infinity of the United States is planning to operate unmanned fleet through the development of unmanned ship and unmanned submersible. The NIK Group of Japan is conducting unmanned announcement test operations using a 194 TEU container ship and a car ferry. China also completed construction of a 300 TEU electric container ship in 2021 and demonstrated autonomous navigation technologies including remote control, collision avoidance, and 5G communications. Shipbuilding companies in Korea also are developing mass on their own. Samsung Heavy Industries developed the autonomous navigation software SAS, installed it on a training vessel at a maritime university of Korea, and conducted tests of collision avoidance and situational awareness technology. HD Hyundai, in collaboration with its subsidiary Abicus, developed and demonstrated the HINAS autonomous navigation solution. I think the various solutions are expected to be further developed. The following two projects are examples of mass initiatives currently underway in Korea. The first one is the development of the Level 3 Korea Autonomous Surface Ship. Korea has been developing mass technology as part of a national R&D project since 2020. The goal is to pilot the IMO Level 3 ship by 2025 and the Level 4 ship by 2030. The second one is focused on the development of smart port autonomous ship interconnection technology. The objective of this project is to develop an automated and intelligent system linked to port, enabling autonomous ships to enter and depart from port in a safe and efficient manner. The third area of focus is the digitalization of maritime traffic. This part of the process generates value through the connection and exchange of information between ships and the shore. This is achieved by applying ICT AI technology to the operation and management of vessels. In order to demonstrate the potential of navigation services, Sweden and others have conducted a ship traffic management validation project. Based on the result of this project, Navilinks, a joint venture company, was created, is currently providing maritime digital services. Awake AI of Finland offers intelligent port services to shipping companies, port authorities, and shippers across 20 European ports. Port Exchange, a company founded on the success of ITPCO, provides a just-in-time service through port call data sharing. Korea also carried out an e-navigation project. The Smart Navigation Project is the name of the e-navigation project in Korea. The main feature of the Smart Navigation Project is the provision of e-navigation services not only for SOLAS vessels, but also for non-SOLAS vessels. The public service began in 2021 and provides real-time ship collision and grounding warnings, maritime safety information, and chart, and weather data based on the LTE Maritime, a high-speed wireless communication network at sea. The following R&D projects are currently underway in Korea related to the field of maritime digitalization. The first project is the development of digital maritime route technology and the demonstration project. The objective is to develop digital services, equipment, and platforms for international voyage ships, install them on a couple of ships, and conduct actual navigation while linking different services between countries. The second project is the development of the VDS technology. VDS means VHF Data Exchange System. The objective is to develop an international standard-based terrestrial satellite integrated VDS system technology. The third project is the development of smart H2 navigation. The objective is to develop a dedicated platform for smart H2 navigation based on IALA's Maritime Resource Name Standard. In addition to the platform, the project includes the development of batteries and optimal communication modules. The final area of focus is cybersecurity. The objective is to develop technologies and platforms that can be used preemptively respond to cyber threat to maritime services and infrastructure at the national level. The fourth area of focus on the maritime mobility is the review of PNT technology, including GPS. PNT is an abbreviation derived from the initial letters of positioning, navigation, and timing. A representative project in Korea related to PNT is the development of the KPS, Korean Positioning System. The KPS development project is a Korean initiative to create a navigation satellite system that is comparable to the GPS satellite used in the United States. The KPS consists of 8 satellites, each designed to observe at least 4 other satellites at any given time, covering the entire Korean peninsula. This project is scheduled for completion in 2035. So another ongoing project in Korea is the development of technology to enhance the accuracy of GPS in coastal areas. The objective is to provide ships positioning information with centimeter level accuracy. This system will be available next year and will also be included in KPS. The final area of focus is the supporting industries, including new materials, components, and equipment. The next slide shows a hydrogen tank project, which is probably the most relevant example. The liquefied hydrogen fuel for ships has to be stored at a temperature below minus 253 degrees Celsius, which is a challenge due to the very low void of temperature and the risk of explosion. This is therefore an area that requires continuous technological development. Japan has conducted and developed a liquid hydrogen carrier between Australia and Japan. Also in Europe, a number of companies are working together to develop liquid hydrogen carriers. Additionally, there are several ongoing initiatives in Korea. Samsung Heavy Industries has received an AIP from DNB for a ship propulsion system utilizing hydrogen fuel cells. CRISO, in collaboration with several other companies, is engaged in the development of testing hydrogen fuel tanks. A number of significant changes are taking place concurrently, driven by the twin forces of decarbonization and digitalization. To ensure clarity and reinforce each area, the comprehensive strategy is needed and evaluate and review the mutual influences. For example, standards for data exchange between ships and ports should be established to facilitate the operation of autonomous ships and the development of autonomous ships that can accommodate new alternative fuels. A more comprehensive approach is required, particularly in regard to safety. It is imperative that we prepare the unexpected risks that rapid technological advances may bring. Hydrogen is the ultimate clean fuel. However, there is some risk of fire or explosion. And due to the increased digital information exchange and decreased crew size inherent to mass, it is susceptible to cyber attacks and pirate attacks. So it is essential to consider safety enhancement measures in conjunction with one another. Ultimately, achieving these complex environmental and technological goals will require enhanced cooperation. It is crucial to strengthen collaboration between international organizations such as the IMO and IALA. Additionally, fostering cooperation and building the capacity of member states are essential to ensure the safe and widespread use of advanced technologies in international waters. Korea has been an active participant in IMO corporate programs, including the GH Smart program and the capacity building workshop on navigation. Korea will continue to contribute to the international community through a variety of channels, including international organizations, technical cooperation among member states, ODA, other capacity building projects. The goal is to facilitate the development of advanced maritime mobility, related technologies and policies, while also reducing the marginalization of countries. But finally, I would like to take this opportunity to share the effort of the Korean government and CRISO to promote maritime mobility. In November 2023, the Korean government announced a strategy to foster advanced maritime mobility. This initiative is aimed at achieving the net zero goal in international shipping and becoming a leader in the digital transformation era. In light of these considerations, Korea has initiated a research project to develop future technologies and promote international cooperation with European countries. In order to achieve this goal, the CRISO Europe Center was opened in Oslo, Norway at the end of last August. Its purpose is to provide support for international joint research and to facilitate the discovery of novel topics for research and innovations. All right, this is the end of my presentation. Thanks for your great attention. 감사합니다.
Thank you, Dr. An. And now we will begin a 5-minute Q&A session. Kindly proceed with your question. Any question?
나중에 플로어에서 제가 질문을 받아도 됩니다.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. An Hae-sung. Ladies and gentlemen, please give him a big round of applause. Thank you very much for your presentation. And next, we will invite Dr. Ornolf Rosath, Director of ITS Norway, to the stage for a presentation on the transient commercializations and standardization on high-tech maritime mobility. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Yep.
Explain simply. That button is
Yep.
button, that button, 그리고 seat button.
Yep. Okay, thank you, Excellencies, ladies, gentlemen, and thank you also to the organizers for inviting me. I think it's in a sense appropriate because Norway and Korea has a very long-standing cooperation on technology and shipping, of course. So it's a big honor to be representing European and Norwegian interests here. I'm working at ITS Norway, Intelligent Transport Systems Norway. Most of this is road, but in Norway and Finland, ITS also includes maritime transport. And I'm responsible for, call it international digitalization in the maritime sector. I'm also managing the Norwegian Forum for Autonomous Ships, which covers the autonomous part of modern shipping. And altogether, we are organizing some 130 companies in Norway. Mobility. Normally, I would say that mobility is about passengers, but as has been pointed out here, cargo is also important. And it could be interesting to have a look at what's going on in Norway and Europe. And if you look at cargo transport, we have about 40% ton kilometers in Norway transported by sea, while the average in Europe is 27. So it's quite obvious that the countries with a coast that they can use for transport try to utilize it, but it's not so easy as we would like to see. Export and import, obviously, more than 75% or almost 75% is on ships, and that's of course because this comes from long ways abroad. Passengers, on the other hand, 0.3% of passenger kilometers in Europe is by ship. In Norway, the situation is not extremely different, but we have 6 times as much. And again, the problem we have is a coastline with a lot of fjords, islands, small communities that are very dependent on ship transport. So when we are talking about mobility, at least in Norway, we are very aware that cargo is extremely important, but also passenger transport on sea is something we look very closely at. But I'll concentrate mostly on cargo transport today. And one of the things we are interested in Europe is a transfer of cargo from road to sea. As I said, we have 40% ton kilometers in Norway, and that could easily be increased. And one of the reasons for this is that the societal cost of heavy road vehicles or trucks is quite high. It's about 6 times as high as ships. And most of this cost is infrastructure, accidents, loss of habitat, stuff like that. So even if you electrify heavy trucks, you will still be left with 2/3 about of the external costs of trucks. Sea is today about 1/6 external cost compared to trucks. But the interesting point is that if you go to hydrogen, for instance, and fuel cells, you will remove 80% of the external cost of shipping. And that's, in my opinion, a fantastic incitament to try to make ship transport more competitive compared to trucks. However, we have problems. Price is very good with ships, environment, of course, very good, but timeliness, flexibility, transshipments and all this stuff, also the paperwork, is a challenge. And that kind of keeps the cargo on the trucks when it's first on the truck. So this is the things we try to solve with automation and digitalization. Another point which we need to put more emphasis is on robustness in the transport systems. The pictures on the left is from Norway. Last year, the main railway connection between south and north in Norway was broken for almost a year due to a big flood. So this railway bridge collapsed, and we weren't able to fix it in about 8 months. A big impact on the inland transport on rail. We are not so dependent on rail in Norway, but it's still quite a bit of cargo going there. And another problem we are seeing more and more is avalanches, blocking roads, also main roads, highways, flooding. We have yesterday we had a big flood in the mid of Norway, which blocked again the main highway between north and south in Norway for at least a day or two. But also, if you look at intercontinental transport, we really have to consider robustness. This is Ever Given blocking Suez for 6 or 7 days in 21. And the bottom picture is kind of the queue of ships lining up to get through Suez. And in my opinion, this is an example of this tendency towards bigger and bigger ships not necessarily being an optimal solution for the society. Of course, bigger ships gives economy of scale, but it is a big burden on the society building the ports to handle them. We have all the problems with getting the cargo off the ports. Suddenly you get 20,000 containers into a port and you have to get rid of it. The cost of the terminals is quite high, and they are also susceptible to this type of disruption. So, and the claim, for instance, is that Suez is not really suitable for that kind of big ship. It should have been widened or at least done differently. So again, maybe we should look at new transport systems with smaller ships going more directly between ports. A good example in the airline industry is, of course, the Airbus 380 that was discontinued because people didn't like this hub and spoke system. And you could argue the same for cargo. But then smaller ships, then you have to think differently about designs. Yeah, we have talked a lot about this, so I'll drop it. But all these new carbon-free fuels, of course, they have problems in availability, in cost, in volume, in danger. And also the problem of retrofitting the existing fleet is a big problem. Another problem that is more and more acute in Norway and Northern Europe and also Japan, maybe also in Korea, is lack of seafarers or lack of workforce in general, actually. So in Norway, we have a lot of cancellations of ferries due to lack of seafarers. It has been really bad this summer. This is from 22, when the problem started, and this is not getting better. So we also have to find new ways of operating these systems more efficiently. And just to put it clear, that autonomy is not necessarily making seafarers obsolete. The situation in Norway is that the introduction of Yara and a couple of other projects, it actually created 9 new jobs for seafarers. But of course, a lot of truck drivers is out of work. But we have to take the good with the bad. So, my conclusion on all this is that digitalization and autonomy and automation is critical for the future of shipping. And then we are back to the maritime intelligent transport system with digitalization, automation, autonomy, but also with the consideration of user interfaces and the user in the loop, as has been pointed out before here today also. And it's not only on decarbonization. I won't go into detail on this, but as I said, we are talking about more and smaller ships, more flexible transport systems. We may reduce crew, we may reduce accommodation on small ships. The energy use in the accommodation is quite significant, at least for the 100-meter, 200-meter ships. And automation, of course, particularly to, as also was pointed out by Korea, automation in ports, because transshipment is always a big problem for ships. Ships carry cargo from where the cargo never should have been to a place where the cargo is not going. And then you have to fix the rest of the transport. And this has big impacts on a lot of the SD, the Sustainable Development Goals. Just to take an example, this is from my hometown, Trondheim. It's about 3 hours sailing into the fjord, Trondheim Fjord. And we have feeders going along the main fairway, the black line there. And they go into either Orkanger, which is the main container port, or to Trondheim, which is a Roro port. And that takes 3 hours in and 3 hours out. There's a lot of problems with flexibility, and one of the things we are looking at is establishing a new port out in the main fairway, automating that port highly, then speeding up the short sea feeders and using small electric and autonomous ferries to transport the goods into the final destination. And with Roro solutions like the ASCO project, which is kind of a second autonomous ship project in Norway, you have very little infrastructure requirements. You can actually transport cargo directly into the city center without having a big port. So this is a very interesting solution. And I think, for instance, here in Busan, you have the container port, I think it's about 100 kilometers south of the city, and a lot of trucks going back and forth. That could be also a solution for Busan, I think. Some of these systems have been discussed before. One particular interesting thing in Norway again is that we have small isolated societies on islands, for instance. And today they have their own ferry, but that ferry will go 2 or 3 times a day. And here we could use autonomous transport solutions, both to reduce costs and also to increase frequency and, for instance, make on-demand transport systems. And the same applies to urban waterways. There's a lot of interesting research ongoing now on establishing small ferry routes with autonomous ships in Stockholm, in Trondheim, other cities in Norway. Also very interesting stuff, and shortening distances for pedestrians, kind of adding to the existing transport infrastructure. But this needs to be based on standards. All we do, both automation and digitalization, and this is a challenge. And particularly if you want to get to this digital transformation that everybody is talking about. Digitization, kind of converting analog information into digital, it only costs money. It doesn't really give a lot of benefits. The benefits come when you can do automation based on this digital information and simplify, improve working processes. But if digitalization is based on standards, you can create a large ecosystem of digital information that enables new innovative applications to be developed at a cost-effective manner. One of the problems we have in shipping today is that all ships are different. If you want to make a new, say, voyage optimization system for a ship, you have to do quite a lot of engineering for each ship you sell it to. So digitalization is essential for driving this digital transformation we are looking for. And one of the problems in shipping is that it has been, and it's still to some degree, extremely fragmented. What's going on in the Maritime Safety Committee with e-navigation and stuff like that is not shared with the Facilitation Committee, working with administrative issues, maritime single windows, stuff like that. And both are fairly decoupled from what's going on in the operational sector. So for instance, just-in-time arrival, that's a commercial operational thing. We are working with it in the FAL committee. And one of the things there is the establishment of the IMO Compendium on Facilitation and Electronic Business. It's a long history and we haven't time to go into it. But this was an initiative by IMO, UNECE, World Customs Organization, and ISO, where I'm also working, to try to harmonize the different standards. UNECE is typically doing trade-related standards. VCO is doing administrative standards between governments, while ISO is doing some work on maritime single windows and stuff like that. And we needed to get the harmonization of our standards through this compendium. What is happening now, happily I'd say, is that also IALA and the International Hydrographic Organization is starting to look at this. And when we started with trade, governmental, and operational data, we are now going into a picture with nautical data, which is IHO IALA, administrative data, which is partly VCO, UNECE, and ISO, and operational data, which is UNECE and ISO. And we are seeing some really good progress in this picture. On maritime autonomous ships, I would just say that international cooperation is extremely important. What's going on in IMO is very good work, but I think we also need voluntary industry standards, say through ISO or IEC or others, to complement what's going on in IMO. IMO will not solve all the technical problems. They will make the rules and the regulations, but we also need technical standards. Maritime single window is also a driving force. It goes slow and again lacks standardization. But there are progress there too. So this is also, in my opinion, one of the things that we need to keep track of, all of us. And just-in-time arrival has been mentioned. And there's a quite big initiative now centered around the green and digital corridor between Singapore and Rotterdam, with MPA and Port of Rotterdam as kind of key drivers, but with a lot of ports also involved in this. And they are developing new processes for port call optimization, and we are participating from ISO with provisional standards. Finally, I also want to mention this project here, OpenBridge, which is, I think there's quite a lot of Korean companies involved in it. It's an attempt to making a better and open and free user interfaces for bridge equipment. Much more harmonized than we have today and built by HMI experts. So this is also something to keep track of. And this is basically also my working day. We are participating in most of these initiatives, and particularly through ISO, where I'm chairing, or will be chairing, one of the committees, and also working as observer in IMO. And of course, autonomous ships and all around that is also a very important development. So that was a very, very brief snapshot of what's going on internationally, seen from our side. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rosad. And we will have the Q&A session during the afternoon discussion. Thank you very much, Dr. Rosad. And next, we will have 최봉준, Director of Digital Technology Center of HD Marine Solution, to the stage for a presentation and introduction of policy trends and industry response to high-tech maritime mobility. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him with a big hand.
PPT 앞에 배운 다음 잘 되지 않는지
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Bong Jun Choi, and I'm from HD Hyundai Marine Solution. And actually, I attend this forum in a comfortable attire due to the unexpected warm weather. And I have also prepared my presentation as a current status about how to respond to a rapid changing environment. So, I'd like to explain how HD Hyundai Marine Solution is developing digital solutions and respond to the industry's challenge related to environmental regulations. And the maritime industry needs support to effectively respond environmental regulations. And at HD Hyundai and in HD Hyundai Marine Solution, as a digital solution provider, we are focused on commercialization and packaging of unique technologies. And today's presentation will cover three key categories. And firstly, a brief overview of how representative environmental regulations impacting the industry. And secondly, the digital solutions as industry respond to these challenges. And third is a test to secure sustainability in the face of these situations. So I'd like to briefly look up the environmental related regulations. And the maritime industry is heavily influenced by international, regional, and national regulations. And let's take a brief look at some of the key environmental regulations. And monitoring and reporting of verification MRV implemented by the EU since 2018. It requires ships over 5,000 gross tonnage to report their carbon emissions. And data collection system, DCS, and carbon intensity index, CII, these regulations governed by IMO monitor fuel consumption and assess carbon intensity. An emission trading system set to be implemented in the EU from 2024. This system will require vessels to purchase emission allowance based on their carbon output. A failure to comply these kinds of regulations can result in operational restriction or financial burden to shipping industries. And there are several challenges in complying with these regulations. The transition to alternative fuel to adopting new technologies comes with significant upfront costs. Installing methanol, ammonia, hydrogen, or electric system can place a substantial economic burden on operators. And beyond the financial cost, retrofitting existing vessels with new technology is a complex process. Systems such as battery and carbon capture requires significant modification and investment, not only the infrastructure of the supply chain. And continuous system updates and process improvements to comply with various international and regional regulations result in ongoing expenses. And as the industry responses, HD Hyundai provides these solutions to support not only vessel operations but also the regulatory compliances. These are our representative solutions. And firstly, a smart ship solution monitor vessel data and provide operational optimization guidance. We have contracted for over 800 vessels, and for more than 400 vessels, we provide web-based data monitoring systems. And next, ocean-wise, this AI-based solution supports carbon reduction and route optimization based on AIS data, and even without onboard data measurement devices. And currently, 300 vessels are being connected, and also optimum route service has been proven to reduce fuel consumption. And HiCams, a system that analyzes CCTV footprint, is in real time to monitor vessel safety and detecting potential risks. This solution analyzes a wide range of operational data types to provide insight that support optimum or safe navigation. And our flagship product, Smart Ship Solution, offers real-time monitoring and predictive maintenance and operational optimization. It visualizes data intuitively and analyzes operational conditions to improve fuel efficiency, reduce emissions, and ensure environment regulatory compliance. And this system enables data-driven vessel operations in the maritime industry, offering critical insights for optimized operations. They also play a role in addressing information asymmetry and driving digital transformation, allowing stakeholders to communicate based on the data. And technically, recently, we upgraded these solutions to a cloud-based architecture, significantly enhancing their functionality, including better response to especially environmental regulations. And key features of Smart Ship Solution include real-time data collection on fuel consumption, engine performance, route optimization, and safety, and predictive maintenance that identifies potential issues before they become a risk or critical. And AI-driven optimization to enhance operational efficiency and reduce costs. And HD Hyundai is leading the way in digitalization, I can say, through the integration of AI technology and digital twin technologies. We have successfully combined hardware in loop system with cloud-based digital twins, and to simulate real operational scenarios and optimize system performance while commissioning. This technology identifies and resolves issues before sea trials, optimizing operational process. And moving forward, we plan to expand these solutions to include asset management platform, incorporating AI-based optimization operation and ensure safety across various devices. And the other ocean-wise project is a comprehensive solution designed to reduce carbon emission focused by integrating and analyzing various vessel-related data. It is a common platform for several stakeholders such as ship owners, cargo owners, ports, and classification societies. We have also developed a MetaOcean database, a cloud-based platform that consolidate weather, port, logistics, and regulatory data, and support it with AI-driven analytics. This integrates data, enables data analysis utilizing knowledge of HD Hyundai has accumulated from the ship design and construction process. Our vision is to expand this platform to integrate international integrated every type data types, offering deeper insight for the maritime industry. And key feature of OceanWise includes CII management based on the AIS data and route optimization and operational guidance and simulation-based fleet management support. Currently, we are providing stakeholders related to ship logistics with information that can be used in the actual operation process to reduce carbon emissions. And we are planning to expand this service through cooperation to address regulatory compliance update. As a digitalized vessel replaces older fleets, managing the massive influx of data will be critical. A continuous advancement in AI-based optimization and digital twin technology will be key driver of innovation and efficiency. And achieving sustainability in and ESG principles in collective responsibility for entire maritime industry, it is not just an issue for individual companies, but requires industry-wide cooperations to develop long-term solutions. So real-time monitoring and optimized operation are already helping to reduce carbon emission reduction across the industry, and AI-based route optimization and predictive maintenance improve fuel efficiency, reducing both cost and emissions. And digital twin technology enhance safety and ensure compliance, offering widespread benefit of the sectors. Addressing these challenges require continuous collaboration, that is what I want to say, and innovation among stakeholders. Together, we can drive sustainable maritime operation that supports global environmental goals while meeting evolving regulatory demands. And a conclusion, and achieving sustainability and meeting global ESG standards is critical for our maritime industry. And the workforce challenges, the industry must manage the diversification of mobility technologies while maintaining a skilled workforce. And technology advancement, the future of maritime mobility will continue to rely more on digitalization and AI. And it is essential to have evolving regulations that support innovation while ensuring compliance with global environment and safety standards. And these drawings were generated using AI, based on contents discussed today. And these images provide, I think, coherent perspective on technologies and policies we've covered. Moving forward here, we must fully leverage this kind of new technologies and approaches by redefining relationship with stakeholders and reshape work paradigms. We can effectively respond to rapidly changing landscape of new technologies and policies. And this will help us stay at the front of the sustainability while ensuring compliance with evolving regulation and market demands. Thank you for your attention, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Choi. And we will have a Q&A session during the afternoon discussion. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, please give him another round of applause. Director Choi Bong-jun, thank you very much. And now this concludes today's morning session. And next, lunch is scheduled from now to 1:10 p.m. And the following session will begin from 1:10 p.m. So we would appreciate it if you could take your seats before 1:10. And the lunch venues are Sicily Room on the first floor and the Sydney Room on the second floor. Please enjoy your meals. And we'd like to come back with the session 2 from 1:10 p.m. of the forum will begin in 10 minutes. So please come into the conference room and take your seats. Thank you for your kind cooperation.
아, 따로따로가 아니에요?
따로 나눠져 있긴 한데
네, 근데
거의 같이 공동으로 장비되는데 그래서 아마 풀로 이어질 것 같아요. 50분으로.
아, 그러니까
중간
중간에
쉬는
그러니까
없이.
중간에 그냥 그러면은 제가 한꺼번에 소개를 해야 되나요?
같이 그냥 많이 준비할 것 같아요. 파브리지오랑
네네.
이랑 알리시와 자만이랑 같이 해서
아,
같이 그냥 공동으로 발표를 한다 될것 같고. 근데 제가 염려하는 거는 계속 메일로만 박연이랑 저랑 소통하고 있어서 좀 실시간 안 되고 있는데 확실히 시간 알고 있어요. 미리 들어오긴 했었고.
너무 확인해도 하시 그거를.
근데 이 MC 교수국장님이 빨리 끝나시는 시간이 좀 문제가 있어요.
제가 보기엔
그렇죠, 그렇죠. 노화가를 빨리 말했는데 지금 메일을 보내놨어요.
아, 미리 연결 안 해봤구나. 막 연결 안 되고
알아서
아, 알겠습니다.
네, 진행을 한다고 하니까
네네.
이거 선물 준대요.
오,
당첨되면 이렇게 IMO 배지를 주고 이렇게 재밌게 본인이 진행한다고 하니까 그냥 맡겨놓으시고 본인이 이제 할 때까지 마무리할 때까지 그냥 시간이 걸리더라고요. 40분 내로.
온라인 연결은 맞는
예예예.
May I have your attention, please? The session 2 of today's forum will begin soon. Please come into the conference room and take your seats. Thank you for your kind cooperation. May I have your attention, please? The session 2, today's forum, will begin 1:15 p.m. Please come into the conference room and take your seats now. Thank you for your kind cooperation. We will begin the session 2 in 1 minute. So please come into the conference room and take your seats now. Thank you very much, kind cooperation. Welcome again, everyone. Good afternoon. Now we will start the session 2 of this forum. And the first presentation will be delivered by Mr. Kim Young-so, Director General of IMO International Cooperation Department. And he will give a presentation under the theme of IMO International Cooperation Program and Maritime Workforce Capacity Building Project. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Thank you, moderator, not only for introducing me, but promoting me to Director General. I'm the Deputy Director in Technical Cooperation and Implementation Division. I was asked to, usually when we are speaking in the podium, the organizers usually are trying to make it short, but first time in my speaking life, I was asked to spend 10 minutes extra. So, and I was, not only that is the challenge for me, and always the first speaker after the lunch is a big challenge. So I decided to bribe you. This is the badge, IMO badge, IMO partnership badge, which has the SDG. The meaning of this, I'm spending the time, yeah? So this is the badge, meaning the surrounding is the 17 SDG goals, Sustainable Development Goal, with IMO mark embraced. So I think I'm wearing one. Mr. Ki-taek Lim, the Secretary General Emeritus, is also wearing one. So it is very good promotional thing for IMO's partnership. So anyone who is interacting, for example, can anybody put their hands up? What does IMO stand for? The lady in front? Speak loudly, yeah. The questions will be getting much harder and harder later on. So earlier you put your hands up, you have higher chance of getting getting this thing. I would like to start thanking the organizers, the KMI, and also CRISO, and the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries of Republic of Korea, and I also would like to thank all the participants. Even though you are very sleep, you might fall asleep. I tried my best not to, be too bored. The purpose of this presentation is introduction of how IMO is doing our technical cooperation. Looking at the program on this mobility forum, I can see first section there was spoke by many people about the technologies, the R&D, the current trend in the technologies. Then international regulation on second, and third one is the impact of future advanced ships and how it impacts the training and education of the seafarers with high-level round discussion. So technology has been discussed, and standardization is being discussed and in the process in IMO. IMO is traditionally known to be the rule-making body, but since about more than 20 years, we are focusing, emphasizing the importance of implementation. And implementation in terms of ratifying and implementing the IMO rules. And also we have developed the member state audit. not to punish anyone who's not doing their homework properly, but to identify the need of the countries in order for us in the IMO Secretariat to be better prepared and better address the need of the country. So with this, I want to tell you one of the most recent development in IMO. In 2020, when Mr. Ki-taek Lim was Secretary General, he established a special unit, a special department called Department for Partnership and Project. What it does, before we had a technical cooperation program called ITCP. Can anybody tell me what ITCP stands for? You can Google it now. I'm looking at the cadets. Yes, you finished your Googling? Please. What does ITCP stand for? No, the lady. That's right. I just pass it on to you. By now, you might have the hint that you guys on this side doesn't have any chance. The cadets will get all these, the memorables. Yeah, we had what is called ITCP, but it was kind of 1 week seminar for awareness raising for any IMO instrument that was newly adopted or introduced to the maritime sector, and also training, and also the WMU and IMNI, the education. However, what the meaning of DPP is, by getting our hands onto the big money, the ODA, Official Development System Fund, we were able to do some project, not only one-off seminar, training course, but the combination of all these activities. First, maybe fact-finding missions, awareness raising, training and education, and setting up the legal and administrative framework of a country. So A to Z on specific subject can be addressed by that project. Usually, I'll tell you later on, but usually, whereas ITCP activities would cost 100,000 per activity, this project goes up to about 6 million, 8 million. We recently had 8 million from Republic of Korea. We are having an agreement on addressing the need of some countries for LCLP. So that is hitting about 8 million. So with that specific division, DPP, we were making a lot of progress. I mean, some may say size doesn't matter, but it does matter. I mean, in 2020, when DPP was created, the overall portfolio we had, which has been established for about 10 years, was like 25 million. As of today, I think a little bit more than 4 years, I'm proudly saying that we have reached 161 million in 4 years. IMO might be one of the smallest, has smallest portfolio in UN agencies, but we are fastest growing in terms of doing things. So with that, we today's forum we are talking about technology, international rules, later on capacity building. But I think the element of what I'm trying to speak to now is how IMO does things. Once you have ideas and identify the need, how we are going to do it by using the IMO's platform. That is the main presentation. Yeah? This is all part of my plan to spend. Yeah. So very briefly, in terms of rulemaking, you've been hearing yesterday and today, the keywords and the focus of IMO and the maritime sector nowadays is that it can be summarized into digitalization and decarbonization. And combination of the activities of these two subjects trying to reduce and more efficient shipping. And it is interacting each other. In terms of autonomous shipping, MSC approved the interim guideline for maritime autonomous surface ship trials in 2019. And the MAS working group is working very hard with the aim to adopt a non-mandatory goal-based MAS code to take effect in 2025, next year. And it is expected to enter into force in 1st of January in 2028. E-navigation, we've been discussing it in IMO quite a long time since, and has adopted its strategy in 2014, and it is keep on in discussion within MSD. Coming into decarbonization, IMO initial strategy on reduction of GHG emission from ships was adopted in 2018, and last year it has been revised. And we had decided by trying to be net zero by 2050 with different phases in by 30 and 2040s. I won't go into the details of the rules, but more focus on the partnerships. So compared with traditional conventional shipping, the new technology and very much advanced technology in terms of autonomous system, digital innovation, and also eco-friendly design. And this gives a lot of challenges and a lot of opportunities. One thing I would like to emphasize, usually high-end technologies are done in developed country, the north part. And once the technology is developed, since our ocean is connected and the shipping itself as a nature is international, it's all connected. You know, it has to be global, any activities. So it's no good for one, for example, Europe doing very well and the other continent not following. So that's why technical deployment is very important. The high-end technology from the developed country to developing country. And it gives a lot of opportunity, not only to the industry, but also to the developing country. As international, intergovernmental organization, IMO firstly focuses on cooperation with the government, setting up the legal framework. and the administrative framework, then the training and all these things. Once all these things are set up and the governments are ready to accommodate, in IMO, at the moment, we are not directly involved in setting the infrastructure. But we know, with our network, we can connect developed country and developing country. And there was very recently we have connected in terms of ship recycling with the government of Bangladesh and JICA, the Japan funding. So they are doing with that fund, and the infrastructure in terms of shipbuilding is being done in Bangladesh. Once that infrastructure is ready, and then private sector investment can go in. So that's the overall mechanism of IMO's cooperation. This slide shows IMO's mission to promote safe, secure, environmentally sound, and sustainable shipping through cooperation. Can anybody tell me what is the latest, just one word from there, latest inclusion in IMO's mission? Take a pick. What is the latest? I'm giving you the hint. Gentleman over there. Just one word in there.
Promote safe.
Sorry, I didn't get it.
Promote safe.
Promote safe. No, it's been there for last 50 years before I was born.
Sustainable.
No, and you only have one chance. And gentleman over there. Oh, sorry. Cadet.
The new inclusion in the IMO is the women in maritime?
Yeah, no. Women in maritime, we are promoting one of the biggest focus. But can you, from the word, is it promote, safe, secure, environmentally sound, and sustainable shipping through cooperation? So you just choose one pick.
Safe.
That has been there. Another lady at the back, far end. If you are a lady, then you can stand up and say.
Sustainable.
No.
Sustainability.
Another lady over there in front.
Environmental.
Nope. I said latest. Yeah. Gentlemen, you don't have any chance. It's the maritime. Please. Yeah.
Secure.
No. What word latest linked to this? Latest is the, where would you put your latest comma? Cadet first.
Cooperation.
Excellent. The reason why I spent a lot of time in here, as far as my IMO life back in '98, remember, it was safe and environment-friendly shipping was the mission statement. and then the perception with the ITCP, the perception of secure and efficient was there. But now, most important things, which reflects what IMO nowadays focuses, is the word cooperation. Technical cooperation, development cooperation, and any partnership cooperation is the key word. And that's why I'm standing here to explain. So I would like to emphasize that the cooperation is what our focus is. And now there has been some restructuring of the IMO Secretariat, and I'm the Deputy Director within Technical Cooperation and Implementation Division, Deputy Director, which is leading the subdivision on partnership and project. So DPP, whole of the activity in DPP has transferred to SDPOP, we call it, a subdivision on technical cooperation, technical partnership and project. Now, this diagram is showing how we are doing. What are the three elements in technical cooperation of IMO? Can anybody? I'll give you one hint. There are three key elements. First is the donor who provide the fund. Ready to put your hands up. And second one is the recipient who has to be the implementer of the project. What is the third element in IMO's technical cooperation? I said IMO's technical cooperation. I am too obvious. I'll get it past. Nobody's put their hands up. It's IMO. You will have next chance. So IMO, as in secretariat, I'm leading the subdivision for partnership and project in order to talk to the recipient, to identify what the country needs. Yeah? Not only talking, but in terms of audit, we are supposed to be doing the member state audit every 5 years, each member state. So, and I already said, the IMO audit is not to punish any government, but in order to identify what the need of the country. So audit, you identify first, then with more interaction with the country, you identify the need. Then once you identify the need, what we do is we come back, and then if we just pass on the need to the donors or development bank or any, the language is different. The specific language that the donor is speaking. And we transform the need into the project proposal. And we pass it on to the donor and try to match the need of the country into the funding of the donor. So that's the main role that we are doing. But not only identifying, but one of the most significant, I think, that we are doing is sharing the good practice of one country to another. I see Ms. Pierre from Philippines there. Philippines was one of the, with our knowledge partnership workshop, Ms. Pia herself attended to one of our knowledge partnership workshop with another lady, Hazel, from NEDA, the ODA agency. What we had organized was one person from maritime and one person from finance or planning to come join us and try to match up with the donors. But when we are doing that, we have the whole purpose of that meeting was meeting and trying to be friends and trying to understand better between maritime and the ODA agencies. The reason is because IMO is represented by the maritime people, transport ministry or maritime authorities. Usually transport ministries and maritime authorities doesn't have that much money. They have to, a lot of times in developing countries, have to rely on some of the ODA funding. Who controls it? In Philippines case is NEDA, the planning ministry. But planning ministry doesn't know very much about the maritime, and maritime people doesn't know how this ODA structure and how we can get hold on to the fund. So we organized those maritime people to interact with the planning people. And when those two ladies from Philippines came to at that time it was Korea as well. They didn't know each other. But after spending a week in foreign country, they became like sisters. And when they went back to Philippines, they had lunch together, drinks together, and then they were talking about the work. And Hazel from the finance ministry was gave the idea to Pierre, why don't you, the whole of the mechanism, I'll talk later, but is the ODA agencies talk to different ministries or administrations asking, what do you need for this year? We have certain amount of money, but what do you need for this? And Hazel told Pierre that rather than just giving us one-off item, you will have better chance by making National Maritime Development Plan, which can be a part of the National Development Plan, because every country has the National Development Plan. And rather than asking, it's just like your kids, Father, give me $100 to buy something. Rather than doing that, Father, I want to study really hard in future, want to go to a good university. In order to do this, I have to relax myself, so that's why I need a new iPhone, kind of thing. So explaining longer term plan and strategy. Then if you ask for the thing, and you get higher chance of getting the fund. Those are the kind of things. And the other one good example that we are promoting is blue economy is the quite issue nowadays, especially in Asia and Africa. When you are talking about development cooperation, we focus on seed and LDCs, especially seeds, small island development state. It is the perception that these small islands are poor and not getting enough attention and doesn't have enough fund to do anything. But when we are talking about the opportunities in terms of blue economy, we are discussing in Pacifics. And they were saying their government doesn't, although they are seed country, island country, the government is not putting enough attention to the maritime activities. And we were talking, and why didn't you turn it around? Instead of saying seed and LD, seeds, small island developed state, why don't you say, you know, if you turn it around, it is large ocean, large potential ocean state. The potential is there in the sea. So with that perception, within their government, you know, they are trying to put their priorities high. So whole point is analyzing, even with the National Development Plan and all this perception about large potential ocean countries, it is the perception and the actual mechanism for the maritime to get more attention and what contribution the maritime can contribute to the national development. Those are the kind of things. I think rather than just getting the money and doing the project, doing things, we are working it together, IMO, the country, whether it is donor or recipient. So it's the whole spirit of IMO's partnerships. And this is the knowledge partnership mechanism. The basic principle is IMO has the experience and expertise in maritime, and our partners have the experience and expertise in investment and finance. The whole structure is focused on getting our hands on ODA funding. First stage, as I said, getting to know each other. I mean, I was very surprised that the maritime, including myself, doesn't know that much about how the investment is being carried out, the process of investment and process of funding. And the people in the investment or planning who's got the money, they're very ignorant in many cases about the maritime. So, as I said, knowledge partnership workshop where maritime people and finance people meet is one of the first stage, getting to know each other. And we emphasize, for IMO and our recipient countries, the money is the problem. We have ideas, we identify the need. In order to do the project, we need a lot of money. When you come the other side, from donors' perspective, money is their problem as well. They have the money and they have to spend it. But they can't just spend it in any way. So that's the gap where IMO, with our knowledge partnership mechanism, trying to identify the need. Also, I can now, okay, I'll do it in my face. Okay, 10 minutes? Okay. So that is the okay. That is the mechanism that we try to make. And first stage, getting to know each other. Then second stage, with the grant mechanism, A to Z, trying to address the need of the country. Then next stage, concessional loan, doing the infrastructure. Overall mechanism, this is what I have, showed you. It is the ODA mechanism within recipient country as well as donor country. They talk to different countries, and it is the ODA agencies of the donor and recipient who always talk. And IMO trying to be the bridge, overall bridge in between in the process. This is the main message of the IMO's resource mobilization strategy. First, what we do, the message is, what we do in IMO is valuable and it align with your interests, our donor, our partners' interests. Saving life, protecting environment, and promoting the development is our job. This is the criteria exactly in the development cooperation. And IMO has big strength. Partnership with, working with us will also benefit you, especially the 176 member states are the biggest asset that we have in IMO. A lot of ODA agencies or the development banks come to us trying to connect to someone who's in the port administration. You know, any stakeholder in the maritime is 1 or 2 calls away from us. And we have achieved quite a lot in terms of technical cooperation, and then giving a list of things and that we can do as a project is choose one from the shopping list is the kind of message that we are passing through. The current portfolio, I said 161 is overall, and current portfolio is 85.8 million at the moment. And we focus on GHG, addressing GHG emission projects. Those are the biggest portfolio. And the oceans, like addressing the fouling metals, the plastic litters, and shipbuilding, ship recycling. And we even, with UNEP, we are addressing the noise that the ships make. And we have Smart Sea program. This Smart Sea program is ROK, specific country. We have specific ROK Smart Sea, but we would like to extend it to Smart Sea Norway, Smart Sea Germany, Smart Sea whatever the donor country with designing. And other things in the pipeline, we have digitalization and scope, which is a safe navigation project. I will skip it because I have, this is within our GHG portfolio, there are 7 projects addressing the something like national action plans that they have to do in terms of GHG. And we also address the financial and investment matching, which I have explained to you already. And this is the GMN. We have 5 global centers, which does connecting all these different countries in the region to do better technical cooperation. Another platform for the networking within GHG R&Ds, and GHG Smart, which within this forum we are doing Maritime Week. There's another forum which the Republic of Korea is sponsoring. So what I would like to conclude that we talked about technology, we will be talking about capacity, we will be doing the high-level discussion on the, what seafarer training and all these things. And we can, with all this information, we can incorporate it. And, we might have very good ideas, yeah? But without the funding and without the project, we can't do everything. So I would like to ask you, with your good ideas and with your good money, please approach us, and we can work together, and we can make your money work better, and we can address your need and your ideas much better implemented. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kim Young-so. And it was truly an enjoyable and informative. Wouldn't you all agree? Thank you, great. And we will now move on to the next presentation. And two speakers will be presenting together for this session. And first, Ms. Alshiba Zaman, Project Coordinator of the UN Global Compact and ICS, and she will give a presentation under the theme of the development of generic training guidelines for fuels and comprehensive review of the STCW Convention. And another speaker is Mr. Fabrizio Bartolona, Seafarers Section Coordinator of International Transport Workers Federation. And he will be on the future advanced shifts, human factors, and career transition and impact assessment. And their presentation will be online. Let's now turn it them online, joining us on the screen.
Hi everyone, I don't know if my audio is working, I hope it is. It's nice to be with you all here virtually. My name is Elishba Zaman and I will be presenting here alongside my colleague Fabrizio Barcelona. So I represent the UN Global Compact and I'm the project coordinator of the Maritime Just Transition Task Force. Before we kick off our presentation, I'd like to thank Mr. Park Han-son and Park Tae-young from the Korea Maritime Institute for inviting us. All of us here, either virtually or in person, understand that global shipping urgently needs to decarbonise. And the world is facing a climate emergency and urgent action is needed. Otherwise, we'll face disastrous consequences, especially because the global shipping industry accounts for 3% of global greenhouse gas emissions. After a long history of wind, coal, and oil-fueled ships, a fourth propulsion movement is now underway for shipping to shift away from conventional fuels and transition towards alternative, low and zero carbon fuel and technologies. This will support the global community in reaching the Paris Agreement 1.5-degree temperature goal. We also know that the world's 1.8 and 1.9 million seafarers are key to powering this industry through a successful transition. So, if we are on to the next slide. Yes. So, what is a just transition? A just transition is a people-centered approach and response to addressing the climate crisis. According to the ILO, this means greening the economy in a way that is as fair and inclusive as possible to everyone concerned, creating a decent work opportunities and leaving no one behind. The guiding principles of just transition are established in the International Labour Organization's guidelines for a just transition towards environmentally sustainable economies and societies for all. In line with the ILO Just Transition Guidelines, a just transition in the maritime industry should be based on social dialogue and stakeholder engagement. Stakeholders are expected to be impacted by shipping's transition, and they include maritime employers and employees, national governments, communities, and consumers. We can move on to the next slide. So, the task force that I help coordinate is a collaborative initiative. The Maritime Just Transition Task Force was established during COP26 in November of 2021. And this was very much in the wake of the pandemic and understanding all of the ways in which seafarers were being affected during that time. So during COP26, we brought together seafarers unions, ship owners, and the UN as a sort of convening body to ensure that shipping's response to the climate emergency put seafarers and communities at the heart of the solution. So the task force consists of the UN Global Compact, which is the organisation I represent, the International Transport Workers Federation, which is the organisation my colleague Fabrizio, who will start speaking soon, represents. The International Chamber of Shipping, who represent ship owners, and the International Maritime Organisation and International Labour Organisation. Now, our collaboration is quite unique because we bring together the ship owners and the workers through the ITF and the ICS, and we're able to establish global collaboration through our projects, such as the joint project that we have with the IMO, which is for training for decarbonisation, which is to develop competencies needed for seafarers for new fuels such as methanol, ammonia, and hydrogen. If we are able to go on to the next slide. So, we have a large global industry peer learning group, or action group as we like to call it, who are involved with our work. These are some of the organisations that you can see that we bring together through our task force. So we have lots of different shipping companies and very key and important players in industry who are making really important decisions to work towards a just transition. We work with academic partners, including the World Maritime University, who are a key player in our Training for Decarbonisation project that I just mentioned earlier. We have seafarers unions that you can see represented on the screen as well, and lots of civil society organisations as well, and NGOs who work together to give us feedback and push our work forward to make sure that it is of the highest standard. And we consult with this group to help us on our strategies. And if you yourself are interested in joining us and in our action group or would like to know more about our work, please do get in touch with us. So moving on to the following slide. So what challenges do we face? Based on research that was conducted by the DNV, which models 3 potential decarbonisation scenarios as far as the training for the transition is concerned. All 3 scenarios pointed towards an immediate need to start putting the infrastructure in place to provide additional training for at least hundreds of thousands of seafarers up to 2050. However, the timing and the type of training received will depend on the ambition of decarbonisation trajectories and the future fuel mix. So in the at least 50% greenhouse gas reduction scenario by 2050, which is scenario 1, compared to 2008, the number of seafarers requiring some additional training on alternative fuels would peak at 310,000 by 2050. In a decarbonisation by 2050 scenario, which is scenario 2, assumes a slower uptake of alternative fuels in the 2030s. 750,000 seafarers would require some additional training to handle alternative fuels by 2050. So if we move on to the third scenario, which is in the zero carbon by 2050, 450,000 seafarers would require some kind of additional training by 2030, and 800,000 seafarers would require some kind of additional training by the mid-2030s, with the scenario assuming an immediate ramp-up of alternative fuels by the 2030s. In both the 50% greenhouse gas reduction scenario and the decarbonisation by 2050 scenario, industry, seafarers, maritime education and training providers would be expected to see a significant rise in the number of seafarers needing training on alternative fuels in the 2040s. In a zero carbon emission scenario, which was scenario 3, the number of seafarers that will require some kind of additional training rises steeply from the 2020s up to the 2050s. So it's clear from looking at all of this data that we require a lot of immediate action to ensure that seafarers are trained up to the relevant timelines. And our work through our task force very much ensures that we do progress towards those goals through the projects that we have to develop training for seafarers with the IMO. So, like I just said, under all three scenarios, we need to make sure that we are putting the training infrastructure in place. So if we're able to move on to the next slide, Fabrizio. Brilliant. No matter which fuel or fuels that are ultimately favoured, transitioning towards a decarbonised shipping industry will require additional training. Future alternative fuel technologies, such as hydrogen, ammonia, and biofuels, are expected to introduce new training for all seafarers, in addition to familiarisation on board specific to the ship they are joining. You can see here that vessel building is moving at a much faster rate than training. These new challenges will require a health and safety first approach. Seafarers will need adequate skills, education, training, familiarization to operate the new technology systems on board and to manage new fuels. Unless properly handled, this could present a significant health and safety risk for seafarers, ships, communities, and the environment. So our work very much emphasizes a health and safety first culture to ensure that all seafarers are protected on board ships and the communities in which ships are operating in. Just to further go back to sort of our work and what we do as a task force, for our Training for Decarbonisation project earlier this year, we held several very sort of long workshops with key players from all over the industry who provided us with lots of different forms of guidance and expertise when it comes to how seafarers should be handling fuels such as ammonia, hydrogen, and methanol. And the findings that we got from those workshops, we presented to our action group that I spoke about in one of my earlier slides. They provided us with lots of important feedback, and currently we're in the process of compiling a single report that will summarize all of the learnings that we gained through our workshops that are the foundation of our Training for Decarbonisation project. And we plan to launch that report later this year to help industry as we all work to ensure that shipping decarbonizes in a safe way that prioritizes seafarers. So I'll hand over to my colleague Fabrizio Barcelona now from the ITF, who can introduce himself and take the presentation from here.
Alishba, and good afternoon to you all. Thank you for having us and me in particular to this important event organized by KMI, which I like to thank for the hospitality. And I regret that I will not be able to be with you today. That makes the presentation a bit dry, but I've seen that there is a lot of enthusiasm in the previous presentation with people engaging. So unfortunately, being in remote, it won't happen with our presentation, but nonetheless, I believe and I hope that our presentation will be welcome. And if there is time, we will welcome certainly some questions from the audience, depending on, I repeat, on the time when all this will be finished. In addition to what Alishba was saying, I think it is important to highlight the reason why organizations that normally work on a different agenda, like the International Transport Worker or the International Chamber of Shipping, decided to get together. And simply we thought it was important to get together because we wanted to represent a unique voice from the industry. And I think it was important. It is important because, of course, the decision will take place at the IMO, that is a government-run organization. And we wanted to make sure that our voice, the voice of the industry, was heard when it comes to transiting the industry from where it is today into a greener industry. And we wanted to make sure that it was understood that we don't think that we have all the answer, but certainly we can provide some the voices of the operator of the ship and the seafarers that operate those ships, and to counter the lobbying from the manufacturer that they have other interests. Our interest was to create the right environment for greener shipping that is safe for the environment and for the workers that work on board of a ship. As Alishba has been mentioning, the issue of training is the most important going forward. And in this slide, we already have identified, or rather the Nos Veritas report has identified that the training of the seafarers is already subject to several constraints. This includes the slow pace of the regulatory development and lack of clarity surrounding the viability and uptake of alternative fuel options and the decarbonization trajectory, which this make very difficult to invest in the seafarer training. But also it's difficult for the shipping itself, the ship owner. Can you imagine that without clarity on what will be the most common fuel in 20 years' time, how difficult it is for company to invest and build ships that need to comply to a certain type of fuel, not knowing what that fuel will be. So the investment, the financing that was also mentioned by Mr. Kim in his presentation is quite complicated. But when it comes to the seafarers themselves, the training need certainly an increase of investment in training center and up-to-date equipment. There is also the lack of competent trainers as of today, because we don't know which are the main alternative fuel that will be in use. And of course, as a consequence, there is also a shortage of experienced seafarers. The lack of certainty of the future fuel option for shipping is having a knock-off effect for seafarers training. And it will be very much important to understand that some companies are already building their ship specifically for a certain type of fuel, and they need to train their seafarers. So with the lack of direction from the IMO that is still discussing the type of training that will be needed, companies start to train their seafarers in-house. And I think that this is good on one side because the training is offered, but then problematic because they might create a training that is based on the company rather than the international framework that will be created in the future. For us, of maritime just transition also is very, very important. And I think I take the opportunity because I saw in the previous presentation in the audience, there is a large number of cadets, I believe, how to make sure the access is available to all. That is a fundamental question because certain seafarers will be lucky enough to be in countries they are receptive to the understanding that the training need to be offered to cadets and existing seafarers. Others that are less fortunate and live in other parts of the world that will have less and less opportunities. As maritime just transition, we are fundamental convinced that training in the future need to be accessible to everyone. We cannot leave anyone behind. How do we achieve that is one of the tasks that we see later of a maritime transition. If I can move to the next slide. Again, you imagine the center of this square where the seafarers of the ship of the future will need to acquire different skills. And it was mentioned earlier from the audience that sustainability, the competences the need to operate complex ships in the future is the main requirement for the training. However, I would like also to mention, and it was one of the something that you said from the audience, the culture of safe. We cannot allow, as that is a principle, a fundamental idea within maritime just transition, that the requirement, the training, the alternative fuel cannot be put upon seafarers and shipping without having safety in mind first. We all know that potentially the new alternative fuel will have a less impact on environment, but they are very complicated or very complex on handling. So it is important that whatever will be the most preferred fuel in the future, there is a safety aspect that before introducing new fuel, alternative fuel in the industry, they need to be tested to ensure that are safe for the ships, for the seafarers, for the community, to avoid disaster and the impact they can have if they are not handled properly. And of course, in what Alicia indicated earlier about the number of seafarers that will require training, we are firmly convinced that while today the training on how handling fuel is kind of limited to the engineer and those that are in charge for the bunkering, with the introduction of alternative fuel, because of their complex structure, all crew at certain extent will need training. Some will need more specific training, others will need more basic training, but every seafarer working on the ship will need to be aware of the complexity and danger of handling the alternative fuel. Now, as a maritime just transition, we have committed to develop this point action plan. Because if I can start from my left side of the screen, it is true that the IMO, as Mr. Kim has introduced earlier on, will decide the rule, the standard will be decided at the IMO. It is also true that there are different global labor standards that need to be looked at. If you think at the ILO, the Maritime Labour Convention, certainly the impact of greener shipping need to be captured there to create the right environment for the seafarers that are aboard. And the Maritime Labour Convention provide for that provision. So we will need to look how to ensure that there is the right working environment for the seafarers of the future. It was mentioned earlier, gender and diversity. I'm pleased that in the previous presentation I could see a good number of women sitting in the audience. Certainly the work that needs to be done to increase the number of women, but above all, make sure that all those that are cadets today gain access to the industry. You can have the best study course of life, you can be provided training, but then there is a gap on how to finish your study and access the industry. We have the ambition to create a more structured global cadetship and apprenticeship program to allow you to be, put your foot into the industry. That is a kind of important. Then, of course, I've mentioned already health and safety. We cannot allow that new fuel push from manufacturer, push or rush things through. We need to make sure that there is a human-centered approach. Certainly technology and automation will come a great deal into the industry in the future. But we are not absolutely against it, but we are of the view that increase on automation and technology need to be there to support human seafarers on board. If I move down, we are also engaged in the recruitment and the barrier on seafarers today and in the future. It is not a secret that the career work on board of a ship on average lasts between 10 and 15 years. Then some will continue all their life on board of a ship, others will look for alternative job opportunity. We need to make sure that there is an understanding that seafarers is a career path that can start at school, continue on board of a ship, and then might come ashore. And I think that the government, and we have been working on that, needs to wake up to the idea that providing training, assisting young people to access the industry, then on time create professionals that can leave the ship and be employed ashore in a key position around the maritime industry, but ashore. We will be looking also how to create the right environment for some country to promote the profession of seafaring that is common, for example, in the Philippines or in Indonesia or in Korea, Japan, in some country in Europe, but is not so popular in other parts of the world. Ship owners are looking around for recruiting a diverse ethnicity of crew, looking around the globe, and so it is right that we offer this opportunity to those that maybe do not think that maritime can be a profession. And then, of course, the last but not least, the skill and training, how to invest in training, how to invest in skill. I already mentioned that the government should be at the forefront to invest in and provide in training, but then the ship owner will have to do their part. And I don't know if you are aware, but I think that there are some push at the IMO to create a form of economic measure that will help to provide the training to those that are, I repeat, are more fortunate to live in a country that already have the structure, but also to transfer the training opportunity to those countries or those seafarers that have less opportunity. Delivering the fair training, that will be important. There is an harmonization and understanding that the training need to be the same for everyone, and continue to monitoring skill to make sure that we are all up to date on the need of future seafarers and the kind of training that they need. This is an ambitious plan. There are 10-point action plan that we have at the Maritime Just Transition Task Force. We have started, as Alicia has mentioned, on training, and then will be recruitment, and then everything else will follow. I was just briefly to mention that the Maritime Just Transition is for seafarers is not only limited to shipping, but need to be seen in the context of the supply chain. This because the automation and increased technology will not only apply to ships, but also to port and to all the supply chain, from the factory that produces something to the transport to the port, and then the work of the seafarers and ships to transport that goods from one place to the next. I won't spend too much time on this slide because it's, I think for the purpose of this event is less of interest, but just to mention that we see that just transition does not only apply, cannot be only seen in the context of shipping, but need to link to the existing global supply chain. And finally, I think we'll be pleased to hear that we are toward the end of our presentation. I just wanted to highlight the ITF position on training and alternative fuel. It's something that I've mentioned, but I would like to reinforce toward the end of the presentation, because I think that it is important. As I mentioned, the human-centered design and safe work of the seafarers is a must for us. And that needs to be considered even before education and training is considered. The approach needs to be that everything is proposed by the manufacturer as a technology or alternative fuels on how those need to be handled. The first things come to mind need to be the safe approach and take into account who is going to operate those ships and those fuels. Of course, we are mindful that when it comes to the IMO, the decision on fuel will be taken when the IGF code will be finalized. The training and the competency standard for seafarers that we have agreed the maritime just transition with the ICS must be divided. We see being divided in basic training for everyone on board, and then specific training for those that operate that type of fuel. Why I'm saying that? Because we think that will be too costly, too expensive, and time-consuming if the regulatory framework will impose that all seafarers need to be familiar with all different fuels. What we believe instead that will be much better if the basic training is offered to everyone, and then depending on which type of ship, which type of fuel you'll be operating, then you have a specific training on that fuel. That can be a combination of course, onshore or onboard training to start with. That will be also improve the ability of the connectivity between ships and shore. And we need to ensure that whoever is trained have the opportunity to test their skill before going on board. We believe that the training should be offered, in a various form, but we hope that there is a transferable training and combined model that can be developed. I don't know, in Korea, in this case, Singapore, in Germany, doesn't matter where, but then can be transferred to offer the training to those seafarers that are living in a less fortunate area in the world. Certainly there will need to be the connection with the training facility in those countries, but the module can be transferred from one place to another to offer the opportunity to all seafarers. And then last but not least, funding. As I already mentioned, there is some discussion at the moment taking place at the IMO how to source the funding for training. It's a very complex matter because when you handle money, it's always difficult to organize how to handle those money. But we are hopeful that there will be a combination of public and private funding that offer seafarers the training that they need. I will leave at that, and thank you for listening. It's a pity I cannot see you in eyes, but I hope that we have provided together with Alishba some clarity, some understanding of what the maritime just transition stands for. And I repeat, if the organizers believe there is enough time or there is any time and they want to ask some questions, we'll try our best to answer them. Thank you very much for listening to us.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give them a warm round of applause. Thank you very much to Ms. Alashiba and Mr. Barcelona. Thank you very much. And now We will now have a 25 minutes break, and the coffee break is set up in the Sicily room on the first floor. And please feel free to enjoy it. And please return to your seat by 3 p.m. Yeah, by 3 p.m. Thank you very much. May I have your attention, please? The session 3 will begin shortly. So, please take your seats now. And turn your attention to the stage, please. So please wrap up your conversations and find your seats, and please attention to the stage. Thank you very much. And now we will start the session 3 of this forum, and we will invite to the podium Mr. Alexander Prokopakis, Executive Director of International Bunker Industry Association. And he will give a presentation on developing and providing training for the bunkering of alternative fuels. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming him with a big round of applause.
Hello, everybody, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Very happy to be here. I want to thank the Korean Maritime Week organizers for giving the opportunity to IBIA to be here. A very quick question, just to start off. How many of you know IBIA and what we do? Raise of hands. Wow, I wasn't expecting none. I was expecting some. So the first few slides are not going to be of waste. So IBIA. We are a truly international organization, a 30-year-old association that represent the bunkering industry, not a single segment, suppliers or buyers, but the whole industry. We have about 500 members in 80 countries, and we have an IMO consultative status. We have global participations in working groups, committees, and important forums like this one. We are the voice of the bunkering industry. We have a strong member outreach and advocacy and regulatory influence. We have a focus on education and training, and that's why I guess we have been invited by the organizers to be here today. We also host and organize events around bunkering, and I'm going to talk about that in a bit. As I said, we do hold an IMO consultative status. Our EBIA IMO representative is Dr. Emmett Hughes, a very well-known person within the IMO, as he was an ex-IMO secretariat a few years back. He is supported by the technical working group of EBIA and actively participates in consultation groups, committees, and working groups. We have what we call a global approach on how we do things in EBIA, meaning we are a global association, but we also pay attention to regional and local developments. That's why we have our regional boards. We hold regional events, and currently we have 3 regional offices in Singapore, Athens, and South Africa. We are proponents and we believe in collaboration. Nothing can be done when you are alone, but with collaboration things can achieve easier. So we did a market study together with BIMCO on the development of bunker licenses and mass flow meters, and this instigated the conversation and what is going to be implementing from 2026 in the port of Rotterdam and Antwerp, the bunker license and mass flow meter system. A vast majority of our members have formed the digitalization working group, and they conducting a survey about the bunkering value chain that we're going to see in a second. Shipping and bunkering, 2 multi-billion-dollar international industries, interrelating industries. Shipping transfer more than 90% of goods around the globe, and we project an increased energy demand for the year to come. Shipping and bunkering facing challenges together, being in this journey, since bunkering is fueling shipping for the years to come. So the challenge that we face is how we're going to meet the 2050 IMO targets, and there is a great focus, as you have heard throughout the day, for the energy efficiency targets that IMO have set for 2030. Very little regulatory incentive currently for alternative fuels, and we believe that we should have a full fuel life cycle approach, so there's an even playing field for all futures that they will be available for shipping. Safety must be considered in parallel. Safety is paramount to shipping. We have done strives over the last decades to have a safe industry, and to keep it that, whatever initiative is made in the future, safety has to be in mind. Pace of change must accelerate in order to see adoption of future fuel more rapidly. Total volume of the bunkering industry, about 250 million tons per year. Multiple stakeholders and collaborations and partnerships are important within our industry, like in shipping. The bunker value chain that the digitalization working group presented starts from the producers, have suppliers, transporters, terminals, port authorities, many intermediates, brokers, traders, and the end consumer that is always the vessel. All this through regulatory compliance, something that we all need to pay attention in bunkering. The major driver impacting bunkering right now is the energy transition and the different fuel mix that we're going to see in the future. Right now we have a dominant fuel oil. About 90% of sales are through fuel oil, and we see a different multiple fuel mix that will come. There are a plethora of choices right now that ship owners and charters are contemplating, from methanol, biofuels, LNG, LPG, even nuclear. So how the future will shape this, it remains to be seen. But investments need to be made in order to see infrastructure in all these alternatives. We are proponent of well-to-wake life cycle assessment, and initiatives need to be made so we see a quicker adoption of alternative fuels for shipping. Regulations. Regulations is the main driver that impacting bunkering. As we know now, we have the path through the 2023 IMO greenhouse gas strategy. EEXI and CII are already in place, like EU ETS. and we're going to shift from January 2025, fuel and you. Local and regional regulations like EU, Jones Act, and the MPA regulations are fine, but we believe in global regulations that will create a level playing field and easier to follow for whole shipping. Then we have transparency, a challenge for bunkering for many years and decades. That's why EBA is a proponent of bunker license and mass flow meters, because they provide the opportunity for a more transparent and better relation between buyers and sellers. Digitalization will help through the transparency of bunkering, and that will help through verification, because the 1 ton of fuel that is buy today, and this is the cost of just 1 ton of fuel, in the future you'll have also the cost of your emission. So more people will pay more and more attention on verification. Then we have compliance, something that the industry has been looking for very closely. Sanctions haven't been made it easier for the last few years, but environmentally and safety, again, as you've heard me say it a few times already, are very important consideration. International and local regulations, they need to be observed in order to be in compliance the vessels that they are around the world. In order to be able to follow all these paths, EBA has formed 4 working groups. Our oldest working group is a technical working group that deals with anything that has to do with technical aspect of shipping. Future fuels, that it deals with the things that we'll see in different fuels in shipping. Bunker license and mass flow meters mainly focus on our target of EBA to see bunker license and mass flow meters in at least the top 10 ports in the world. Currently, we only have them on 3. And digitalization. This is what will drive change in bunkering over the next few years and decades. A little bit about our future fuel working groups as the theme and what needs to be in training about future fuels. We did a future fuel assessment a few years back. They cover 6 different fuels and 6 different aspects, from availability and infrastructure to greenhouse gas savings regulations and pricing, of course, as prices and cost is always a determining factor of where we're going to go. Right now, the Future Fuel Working Group is working on what they call an FAQ, a comprehensive FAQ, simple to read, and it's going to cover methanol, ammonia, biofuels, and LNG. We aim to have this ready and put out in the market, publish it by the end of this year, hopefully. So bringing everything together, as you heard, the whole day-to-day training plays a vital role of what's going to happen in the future. We need our seafarer, we need the office staff to be trained. And the training needs in bunkering, they're all safety, the proponent of what it's all about. Technical standards, because the standard's changing, and we just had the new ISO on conventional fuels. Future fuels, because the fuel is changing, so operation is changing, safety is changing, and we always need to have that in mind. And of course, transparency through mass flow meters. A little bit about the new course that we developed, the alternative fuels training. We're going to deliver it for the first time in Athens, Greece, in the upcoming annual convention of EBA at the beginning of November. We need to present what is ideal to versus reality and pragmatic. Important considerations about operations and safety, regulations, and of course, like in everything, cost. EBA right now has close to 20 online training courses that we deliver and anybody can buy through our site. Every month we have basic and advanced training courses for the market of Singapore, as it is the #1 port in the world. And we have tailor-made training in methanol, LNG, biofuels, ISO, and like I mentioned right before, on all alternative fuels on the training course we're going to deliver in Athens. Coupled with the training, is supported by publications. Our quarterly magazine has many technical articles, the future fuels assessment that I mentioned, and the book that should be on every office and every vessel, the EBA BIMCO Shipmaster's Bunkering Manual that covers A to Z and everything you need to know about bunkering. So it would be a good opportunity, and I invite you to all to join us to the EBA Annual Convention at the beginning of November in Athens, Greece, so you be part of these discussions about bunkering and how bunkering will support the transition in shipping. Another major networking event for EBA every February at the beginning of the International Energy Week. It's the Kickstart event. More than 1,000 people attend to see people around and industry. Once again, I want to thank you for your attention, and thanks for the organizers for this very important and very interesting event. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Executive Director Prokopakis. And next presenter is Dr. Park Han-sun, a Senior Research Fellow of Korea Maritime Institute. And his presentation will be under the theme of the need for and vision of development future advanced seafarers for high-tech maritime mobility. Ladies and gentlemen, please give him a big round of applause.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and distinguished guests. Thank you so much today's attend here. I'm Han-sun Park, and so very honored to stand here. According to the previous speakers, the IBIA is a 30 years history. Yeah. At the times, I was a seafarer 30 years ago. And when I joined to the IMO meeting since 2001, at the time, also to the former Secretary General was the IMO Maritime Attaché in Republic of Korea. I think he's very proud of the many cadets here. And so I believe that the cadet, also students, also will be the world leader. And so if you have the master plan for your life, and then you're to the vision in your life, strong recommendations to the former Secretary General, 2001 at the time, he said that you have a vision, and then 15 years later, the former Secretary General at the time, 2001, he was the Maritime Attaché in the Republic of Korea. However, 15 years later, he was the Secretary General of International Maritime Organization. I really respect to the Secretary General, the Kiteg Lim. That he's my model, and the model is the Kim Pan, the former UN Secretary General. And so frequently, sometimes I met him, he also said to me, "You are world citizen." Today's my presentation is in order to pursue to the world, the overcome to the Republic of Korea. That is why you are here. That is why the foreign countries come here. So my presentation subject, the need for and vision for developing advanced seafarers education and training program and global platform for high-tech ships. Yeah. The previous speaker said to us today all day long, they mentioned the decarbonization trend as well as digitalization trend. Yeah, it is very important. I'm also, my presentation based on these trends, decarbonization and digitalization. Even, to the artificial intelligence. We are also, when we are use of my telephone and mobile, very easily approach to the nowadays AI system. AI, the ChatGPT, like that, is very useful for my life. And then to make her have her assignment is very easy to getting the information from the AI tools. What about to the human? It takes into consideration the maritime industry very fast is going on in the basis of innovation, technical innovation. energy transition, how to approach to the supply chain. That is the global issues. Also, I think is there a center, human. What are you doing, the human? How to do response to these trends? That is a very, very important issue. So I would like to say that the culture changing, working condition changing, and absolutely we need to change the education and training system on the basis of artificial intelligence. And so we are very, very helpful for AI tool. We get it, the decision making and working efficiency and the challenging, and this is our new opportunity. And then I would like to introduce to the nowadays around to the IMO is what is the big issues. I classify to the 5 categories. So one is MAS, Maritime Autonomous Surface Ships, eco-friendly ship, another one, and green shipping corridor, and international cooperation for capacity building. And the last one is port automation and infrastructure of alternative fuel oil. This is a direct link to the IMO rules and policy, I think so. And then this is a very, very important to the goal, sustainable development goal. As you know, to the 17 sustainable development goal, I think is 13, climate change is directed to the IMO, the sustainable development is directly linked to the development and to make the policy of the IMO. And then it is very turning point, I think it's very meaningful, is last year, the IMO adopted to the 2023 IMO greenhouse gas strategy. There is a very big vision. We know everybody related to these issues. The IMO adopted to the 2023 IMO greenhouse gas strategy. The vision is the 2050 net zero target. And then at the times the IMO member states, all IMO member states made to the target, 2030, 2040, 2050 net zero. And then industries to strongly consider to that vision and that strategy. And even 2030 is not far to take a goal. And then 2040, almost according to the IMO regulation, amendment of MAPOL NS 6, Chapter 5, striving, and then to the indicative checkpoint is striving 70% and striving 80%. 70% and striving 80% is very, very the higher the target. However, all member states made their concessions at the last July. It is very important since maybe this target will change the industry side, industry technology development. I think so. And then another one is voluntary mass code is coming next year. And cybersecurity regulation is very, very important. Sometimes because of the attack, the cyber attack, is world logistics system and port logistics system had a big trouble because of the cyber attack. That is one of the key issue is to the stable the industry the opportunity to get to the safety, the navigation on the basis of maritime autonomous surface ship. And then life cycle assessment related to the greenhouse gas matter and regulation is we have to consider from the wealth to the wake. The previous times to the industry and ship, just only focusing on the tank to wake. After bunkering is in charge of the ship. However, is all life, from the well to the wake, is controlled by the IMO rule. That is a life cycle assessment. Another one is many stakeholders, international organization and government, even me, including me, is very sensitive issue is coming next September, the IMO, the MEPC 82. At the time, so we are talking about the midterm measures. This is a pricing mechanism of spending respectively on board the greenhouse gas emission. Okay, now we are future seafarer supply countries. Would like to, the presentation. You can see to the UK and Ukraine and Russia. Even today's the invitation country is Indonesia and Philippines, Vietnam and Malaysia. India, Myanmar, China, also in Korea, is very important to the element of the shipping industry. And so seafarer, very important things to the supply country and the required country. All countries related to the shipping industry is very important to obtaining to high quality seafarer. There is many competition nowadays. Even if nowadays very the leg of the seafarer is now. Yeah. And then the industry side, have to require the digital skill for a future seafarer. Even the conventional ship is on phase 1 stages. Even in these stages, most of the seafarer just only carry out to the maintenance and repair, and some machinery part and navigation part. However, is to IMO nowadays is voluntary IMO mass maritime autonomous surface ship code is coming. That code is mentioned to automated and remoted ships, phase 2. This phase 2 is focusing on the understanding and management skill for automated ship. Absolutely, the seafarer have to understand the data analysis, cyber security response, and remote operation and control, situation awareness, and collision. Anyways, so I cannot see that presentation. And so collision avoidance technology, it is important. The SADA-CAT, very important technology. Nowadays is required for the seafarer. How about the last stage, page 3, is mass. This stage is focused on the absolutely autonomous operation. As is the code, the voluntary mass code mentions to mass crew and mass master. Maybe here in cadet and students have to absolutely respond to the mass crew and mass master. And so that is why in this time for considering of the mass as well as the digitalization is absolutely needed to the advanced seafarer. How about decarbonization skill for a future seafarer? To the number of seafarer needing training on the alternative fuel oil technology are expected in the 2040 from 310,000 to 750,000 people. This is according to the DMV 2024 to material. They analyzed to the respectively to approach to the year 2025, and then sharply increase to 2050, zero emission by 2050 scenario. There are many the absolutely needed to getting to advanced seafarer. Another one to respect depends on the alternative fuel oil, and so decarbonizing still for the future seafarer. Absolutely, we have to the advanced and need to getting the advanced education and training for a decarbonization skill. And so hydrogen and the ammonia, methanol, we know to the previous fuel oil was a HFO, heavy fuel oil, is MGO, is different characteristic nowadays, you know, all from the LNG, LPG to the ammonia is gaseous fuel oil. It's different, totally different characteristics. And so according to the IGF code, IGC code and GC code, and then we absolutely can treat to the gaseous fuel oil treatment for the seafarer's safety on board. Yeah, regarding the fuel oil safety issues being discussed in the IMO Maritime Safety Committee, DMV also pointed out the safety challenge with alternate fuel, 4 items. One is a slow pressurized storage, explosion risk in particular about hydrogen like above graph, low fresh point, toxicity, corrosiveness. Yeah, that kind of the considering item, absolutely the seafarer have to understand. And then the progress to today's our forum, the previous this forum, we made a lot of intent for the international corporations, the Philippines and Indonesia and other relevant organizations come together. And so this forum is focusing on how to approach to the capacity building in terms of the maritime mobility. And so in these times, we also to propose to the IMO, the last, the May Maritime Safety Committee. At the time, we are made of presentations. We have to make the global platform come together all over the world. These are many the Korean stakeholder and many IMO member states, many to the non-governmental organizations such as International Transportation Workers Federation and the Shipping Association and university and any other relevant to the organizations come together. We, the president of KMI come together, explain to the persuade to we need to make the global platform in the world for the advanced seafarer. This is a key point. And then that is why we are the letter of intent to the previous to this forum. And then to the many stakeholders such as the ITF, ICS, IBIA, UN Compact, many the relevant international community come together, and Korea, the KMI and CRISO and KSA and Philippines, Indonesia, Malaysia, many the IMO member states related to the seafarers, the capacity building. We got a plan to upgrade to the skill for the seafarer. Also, I know to the previous speaker already mentioned to this one. And then I would like to propose to the nation this kind of the platform, global platform for the seafarer, advanced seafarer, IMO and IAX, DMV, or and then to the ITF and the Mariner and the Ministry of Transportation in Indonesia, and then Korea, and many IMO member states and other governmental organization and non-governmental organization relate to the seafarer. Or I would like to make her to the governance and partnerships on the basis of cooperation, international cooperation. And then this is the previous times ROI, and then maybe more and more increasing to the letter of intent country and other the private sector as well as the public sector is come together to target to the establishing the global education and training for the advanced seafarer. And then this is our design of the design of the house, how to the insert of the what kind of contents in this house. That is I cannot only do it. However, come together all over the world. We can make this to the global platform. Their chairperson and council board member and secretary board and expert group and in these times to the 4 categorized to the item and planning and budget. And then education and training committee, project development committee, and international cooperation committee. The role of planning and the budget committee are how to make a roadmap and policy and legal basis, a budget, short-term and mid-term and long-term, and operation plans, strategy, how to make a strategy, global task force formation and operation. And then second one, education and training. Maybe many university is joined to the education and training committee, development of the education and training program, instructor recruitment, and personnel supply and facility secured, training location, educational equipment and design. The third one is project development committee. He is the have to role in the pilot project and test project, research and development, public and private projects, capacity building, and the funding mechanism, etc. And the final international cooperation is very, very important things, how to make the Maritime Mobility Forum. You know, this forum today is a first Maritime Mobility Forum in here. However, next year and the other next year, continuously this forum would like to the prospect and then develop to the many items come together. And then more and more, we would like to make an agreement for the international community as well as public sector and private sector. And then the establishment of the cooperation system. And then absolutely we needed to have to the IMO member states and cooperation and IGO and NGO and public organization. That is a concept. And then we are the insert to the detailed design. And then the last is structure and strategy and timetable and short-term and mid-term and long-term and international corporate organizations and the international forum continuously is going on. And as soon as possible, we would like to make it establish to the governance. Even today it's going to be start already. And then last one is how to make an establish of ENT, Education and Training Center. And this is a global platform. It's not a Korean platform. And all together, as I am a member states, has come together. I think finally I would like to say, we also the same thinking. We also to the approach to the same the concept and opinion. However, is who is the leading? Who is in practical action? I think we can all have a similar idea, but nothing happens if we just thinking about it and don't action it. Let's take action together. Thank you. This is my presentation.
Thank you very much, Dr. Park Han-sun of KMI. And he was a last speaker of today's forum. And this concludes the session 3, and we will now have a 20 minutes break. And the coffee break is set up in the Sijili room on the first floor. Now, please feel free to enjoy it, and please return to your seats by 4 p.m. Yes, please return to your seats by 4 p.m. Thank you for your cooperation. May I have your attention, please? The session 4 will be held now. Please take your seats now and turn your attention to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome once again The last session, session 4, is now begin. So, Chairman Im Gi-taek, please come forward to lead the discussion. Please come up onto the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please give him a big round of applause. And panelists including Kim Jong-deok, the president of the Korea Maritime Institute, and Hong Gi-yong, president of Korea Research Institute of Ships and Ocean Engineering, Sonia B. Malaluan, the administrator of the Philippine Maritime Industry, and Captain Tri Kayati, director of Jakarta Maritime Institute under the Ministry of Transportation in Indonesia, and An Kwang-hun, executive advisor of HT Korea Shipbuilding and Offshore Engineering, and Yang Chang-ho, the vice chairman of the Korea Ship Owners Association. Now please also come forward and participate in the discussion. So, the Chairman Im, microphone is yours. Oh. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, moderator, for the introduction of the panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, and also distinguished participants to this forum. First of all, I would like to my deepest appreciation and congratulations to the organizers for this forum, which is quite successful so far. At the same time, today, this is a special session for maritime mobility, which is organized by the KMI. I believe it's also extraordinarily successful and very important and very relevant to the current trend and the development of the maritime issues. And also I am very happy to meet all cadets who are attending special course at the KIMT. So you are most welcome and very much appreciated for your attending and presence here today. From now on, following the schedule, we are going to have some dialogue regarding education and training of seafarers respect to the future high-tech ships and mobility. As we have seen, as we have heard several presentations regarding technical and special areas regarding maritime mobility, including decarbonization and digitalization. Actually, this is a huge issues. It is involving a very different kind of development in terms of technical and the policy area as well. When it comes to seafarers, as you know well, the key, as the other speakers mentioned, the key area, crucial area to be resolved to accommodate the current development of and the trend regarding maritime technology involving decarbonization and digitalization. So people issues is a key. But my service for 8 years as Secretary General, but since I'm also ex-seafarers, I've been very keen on the seafarers issues, and I will try to contribute in enhancing the seafarers issues in terms of training, education, and also welfare issues as well. There's a lot of discussion at the IMO. Eventually, that led to the one separate strategic direction of IMO. IMO used to have 7 strategic directions, but some years ago, IMO adopted additional one, separate independent strategic direction, which was a human element, it's focusing on seafarers. And we had a very close collaboration with ILO, how to work together to look up the seafarer issues, particularly since we have seen a lot of difficult situation faced by the seafarers during COVID. So we had a very good, I invited the direct Secretary General of the ILO to IMO, and we organized jointly at the conference how to help, how to enhance social status of seafarers, how to enhance training, education, performance for seafarers. But there's a lot to do. With that, you have seen a lot of issues about the decarbonization, digitalization, including some, as mentioned by the Dr. Park, some this afternoon, some safety issues, environment issues, height, and also different kind of the technology, how to handle ships, equipment, maneuverability, how to cooperate, interact with the port industry as well. A lot of work should be done by seafarers. How do we supply, how to educate, train seafarers is key issues. If I were, at the moment, a cadet, I feel I would give up. Too difficult to follow. But that's why I really respect those cadets. You are competent to resolve, to face those challenges, to become a competent officers and engineers. So in that sense, I know Korea Maritime Institute initiated the International Forum this morning on education and training for advanced seafarers on high-tech maritime mobility. I believe it is a very timely decision, timely initiative. With that, I would like to initiate this dialogue. We have 6 panelists, and finally we have the administrator of Marina Philippines, Sonia here. So every panelist are in their seat. So with that, I would like to move in this way, based on the general understanding about the challenges, issues regarding this mobility and digitalization, decarbonization. I would like to lead this forum raising one common question. Actually, when it comes to first question, actually there used to be 3 questions already mentioned in the pamphlet, question 1, 2, 3. So 3 questions, but I want to integrate all 3 questions into one question, and I want to. We are going to hear from each panelist about 3 questions, and then a general summary of those dialogue, and then followed by the one individual questions to individual panelists. With that, I encourage you at the outset, at the end of this discussion, raise some questions. Raising question extremely important. So I'm looking forward to some questions and also appropriate answer from panelists. With that, As I mentioned, there is three questions. Question one, as seen in the pamphlet, how to solve the challenge of supply and the demand of seafarers for future advanced ships. Question two, do seafaring nations have a sustainable education and training platform for the future of the advanced ships? Question three, what are the international cooperation measures for the emergence of the future advanced ship? These are three questions. So before I move the question, now I'd like to introduce the panelists. They already introduced by the moderator, but at the moment, I again introduce President of Korea Maritime Institute, Dr. Kim Jong-deok, on the right side. Welcome. And then Ms. Sonia Malaruan, Administrator of the Marina of Philippines. Welcome. And then Mr. Tri Kayadi, Director General of Indonesia. Welcome. And Mr. Ang Kwang-hun, the advisor of Korea Shipbuilding and Offshore Engineering Company. And then Dr. Hong Ki-yong Kriso, President of Kriso. And finally, Dr. Yang Chang-ho, the Vice Chairman of the Korea Chamber of Shipping. So I mentioned already some background information about this dialogue. So, but we are talking not only training education, we are talking about the shortage of the qualified seafarers in the future. And then on top of the training education, as I mentioned, we have to pay more attention to the social-like issues, including welfare of seafarers. That we have to work together. With that, as I mentioned, I'd like to raise a question to first the Dr. Kim Jong-deok, President of the KMI, regarding three questions. So we are expecting some answers, a response regarding three questions. Okay, Dr. Kim, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for your very comprehensive introduction for this special session for the panelists. The first question actually given is, what is the solution to the challenge of supply and demands of seafarers for the future advanced ship? Obviously, as many speakers already mentioned yesterday and today, the needs for highly skilled seafarers in operating advanced ship is rapidly increasing. It's true. However, meeting this demand is not simply a matter of enhancing training. I think this requires an international collaborative framework. To ensure a sustainable supply of the skilled professionals, I think we need a multi-layered approach through international cooperation framework. This will have to build a global infrastructure that can support the continuous development of the seafaring capacity, and it should include encouraging smooth exchange of the seafarers across the region, harmonizing qualifications standard, and ensuring that the training aligns with the latest technological advancement in the maritime industry. In particular, I think the international forum taking place today can play key role in this effort. We expect this forum to serve as a platform to discuss solutions for ensuring a sustainable workforce in line with the evolving needs of the maritime industries. And the second question actually is regarding the sustainable education and training platform for the future of advanced ship. I think these critical challenges lies in bridging the skills gap, where traditional maritime expertise must evolve to meet the demands of emerging technologies. To address this, Korea has adopted a multi-tiered approach to ensure that our education and training platform remain sustainable and capable of adapting to these advancements. Firstly, we are investing in upskilling the current workforce through targeted retraining programs. Secondly, we are modernizing our maritime education system by integrating the latest technologies and environmental requirements into the curriculums. Moreover, international collaboration is key to ensure that these education platforms remain sustainable. Korea's maritime training institutions are working closely with industry leaders and regulatory bodies to incorporate cutting-edge technologies. Partnership between government, private sectors, and international organizations will be essential in establishing a globally standardized framework for the seafarers' qualifications. In this regard, I think international cooperation, once again, initiatives like the IMO's Global Maritime Technology Cooperation Center and Korea's strategic partnership with key maritime nations could play a vital role. And the third question on the international cooperation measures for the emergence of the future advancement ships. As I mentioned already, international cooperation is essential for the successful emergence of the advanced ship. The complexity of these ships requires a coordinated global effort to ensure safe and efficient operations. Korea strongly supports the development of international framework that fosters cooperation between maritime nations, regulatory bodies, and industry stakeholders. Of course, for this cooperation, we need to consider the harmonization of standards and the exchange of technically best practices. Moreover, global partnership should focus on fostering joint research and development initiatives aimed at accelerating the deployment of the autonomous and eco-friendly ships. Korea is committed also to advancing these efforts through its partnership with key maritime nations and international bodies such as IMO. Especially international platforms like today will serve as a valuable model for future cooperative measures. We anticipate that this forum will act as a critical step toward fostering further collaborations, providing a platform for exchange of ideas and strategies essential to paving the way for the transition to advanced maritime mobility. That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, President Dr. Kim. So he made the presentation just over 30 minutes, not too long. For your information, because in order to help you understand these issues, at the moment, seafaring as a profession is not easy. Compared to my time, about 40 years ago, very, very challenging at the moment. Challenging environment to seafarers. More regulation, post-day control, request from shipping company, authority, more, regulatory more information sharing, communication taking place. Maybe partly because of a culture, but partly thanks to development of a communication skill. In the past, if a ship sails out, seafarers, they are in a way away from office. Not much communication. But now, communication available 24 hours. More regulation coming from IMO. More complicated regulation. SOLAS Convention, MARPOL Convention. Even we discuss just the in-time arrival in order to shorten time of stay in a port area. I felt myself when we discuss this kind of issues at IMO. I felt because I feel from my heart, life of seafarers. So how would this one affect the life of seafarers? With that, myself initiated to set up one mechanism. I need one mechanism among private sectors, among NGO representing seafarer-related activities, like ITF, ICS, Nautical Institute, and others, IPSMA, etc. So we established the HEIG, Human Element Informal Group. So I promoted dialogue among those NGOs, how to help. Myself allocated some budget, how to improve the situation. And also we initiated reconsideration about the ISM code, how ISM code is affecting seafarers' life. There is a situation. But at the moment, certain system for seafarers, how long seafarers should serve on board the ship, those service period has been reduced, decreased from 13 months, 11 months, now 4 months or 5 months, even 2 months. So we experienced the COVID time, how much challenge, difficulties caused by COVID time to seafarers. So I believe all of us, we have to work together how to help seafarers. At the same time, we have to develop and enhance program, training and education, how to meet demand of seafarers, qualified seafarers in the future, respect to the high-tech new advanced ship. So this is a huge challenge, huge different environment. So in this case, I really appreciate KMI and the president of Dr. Kim initiated this kind of forum. He mentioned very properly importance of the international cooperation and the partnership issues, not only upskill technical expertise others, but he highlighted importance of international cooperative mechanism. Really appreciate your effort. Thank you very much, Dr. Kim. And then followed by the administrator Sonia from Philippines, please.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, Mr. Chair, our Secretary General Emeritus. For the Philippines, as the major provider of seafarers in international shipping, I guess we have to, at the present, there is a projected shortage, no? Even without considering yet the advanced ships. So BIMCO projected a shortage of about 29,000 officers by 2026. That is not considering yet the requirement of the emerging technologies and all these green digital solutions that we need. The Philippines itself, we have about 800,000 certificated seafarers under the STCW Convention. But it is still a challenge for us to really increase the officers because we lack the bottoms or the ships where the students or those who have completed their education can have their onboard training that is required before they could be assessed and certificated as officers. However, jumping to the question number 3, international cooperation and bilateral collaboration is really very effective because even now in this room, we have OBT trainees from the Philippines through, of course, the generosity of Korea. So that's the one area where we are addressing the shortage of officers. That is the current situation. But as to the demand and supply of seafarers addressing future advanced ships, this early, the Philippines is actively participating in the comprehensive review of the STCW Convention so that we will be assured that all these areas will be covered in the revision or the revised version of the STCW Convention. But meantime, we are preparing also and reviewing our education and training system to make sure that we are also incorporating advanced technologies requirements, such as automation and digital navigation, as well as cybersecurity. So I guess even without the convention, we could already include these requirements, basic and the digital proficiency of our seafarers, and as well as our simulation-based trainings to include advanced ship systems, the electronic systems that are being implemented or the ship management systems that are now in its advanced stages that we need to include that in the simulation-based trainings. With respect to leveraging on the technology, we are considering remote training using virtual reality or augmented reality to enhance skills of our seafarers. Additionally, with the various roles and systems on board, cross-trainings of our seafarers is still a worthwhile arrangement to make the enhancement of skills. And definitely, our regulatory and policy support are being rationalized to address these needs for advanced ship technologies. We are also collaborating with our stakeholders because it is not only all this training and education that needs to be updated, but we need also our manning and manning companies and recruitment agencies as well as employers to offer opportunities for career development for our seafarers, especially on those specialized roles. They can retain skilled seafarers by providing as well competitive salaries, bonuses, and addressing the welfare of our seafarers. More and more cases of bullying, problem on the mental health of our seafarers that needs also to be addressed. So we are not looking only on the technical reskilling and upskilling, but we also need to address those areas that affects the welfare of our seafarers. So another initiative that we have implemented in the Philippines so that our seafarers would spend more time with their families during shore leave or vacation is we have enhanced our system and implemented contactless transaction and online application and processing of the necessary certificates. So even if they are just being repatriated still in the airport, they can apply for the certificates through our online system and also receive the certificates via online. So they don't have to go to the marina offices, wait for the processing, and spend more time with marina instead of spending time with the family. So that is also addressing the human side of our seafarers that we need to also satisfy. So we are implementing this quick response code or QR code in all our certificates, and this help us also provide a real-time verification for their validity and authenticity. So this is a great help to all our seafarers. As to the second question, whether we have a sustainable maritime education and training in the Philippines to address future and advanced ships, I could say we have. We have actually 83 maritime higher education institutions and 82 maritime training centers. And our Maritime Industry Development Plan, which has been adopted by the President of the Republic last February, also covers our program to make the seafarers future ready. So we are not only looking at our BS Maritime Transportation or BS Marine Engineering courses, but we will provide a ladderized education program, an expanded tertiary education equivalency and accreditation program. We are also looking into the alternative learning system and reviewing our 2 senior high school marine specialization, so that with this track in the senior high, they can also find work on board as ratings. As to the need indeed for familiarization, upgrading, and reskilling, we have to focus on providing at least at first the basic training on digitalization and the use of all these automated systems. We can include this in our required training. So digital literacy, adaptability, problem solving, and we are also providing enhancement training on the communication skills, because it is very important for all our seafarers to indeed interact, improve their social interaction and human contact among the other seafarers on board, considering that seafaring is indeed global. So we have multinational crew on board ships, in particular the big cruise ships now that employ multiple and various nationalities. So I guess our MET system is can be sustainable and be ready for the future requirements of technologically advanced ships. So as to the third question on international cooperation measures, we've been implementing this in all aspects of maritime in the Philippines, especially in terms of our seafarers upgrading and reskilling, as well as on the GHG measures. So we have agreement with the International Association of Maritime Universities, as well as the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation Seafarers Network, We are also initiating joint research projects between countries, maritime organization, and academic institutions. In fact, we have an agreement with the Green Marine Copenhagen on capacitating not only marina personnel but also other seafarers in terms of the safe operation of ships using methanol, and sharing of knowledge as well on these emerging new technologies, as well as best practices related to GHG reduction, emission reduction. We are also collaborating, of course, under the IMO technical cooperation. And in fact, we are not only the onboard training being provided here in Korea, but as well as other training on the safe operation of LNG and other green or alternative fuels. So development of training programs to address all these emerging technologies will definitely be a priority. Although in terms of decarbonization, we don't have yet the one global solution that we've been discussing. But the Philippines is also implementing projects that will address and enhance energy efficient operation of ships. So we will provide the necessary training to our seafarers for them to be abreast with all these green digital solutions. And with all the digitalization and decarbonization solutions, it is very important that we also implement cybersecurity measures, and seafarers should also be fully aware and trained on how to deal with cybersecurity. So with that, I thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Sonia. Thank you. Now, I clearly understand why the Ms. Sonia has been appointed as a new administrator of Marina. Congratulations. Very comprehensive and very qualified in all aspects of seafarer, not the seafarers, all maritime issues. So thank you for the comprehensive the answer. And with that, I really hope, we need a certain mechanism within IMO, how to look up to all issues, Sonia, you mentioned. For instance, setting up a certain modality comprising of a certain number of member states who are more closely relevant to the seafarer issues. So Philippines is one of major seafaring countries. So should be certain more collaborative activities among IMO member states, which was I wanted my time, but still we have to do something. And I'm very glad, to hear that this morning from the new Secretary General, Mr. Arsenio Dominguez, also he expressed his passion and interest about the seafarers' issues. So it is a good opportunity to develop and enhance the mechanism on these issues. Thank you, Ms. Sonia. Thank you very much. And then this is followed by the Mr. Tri Kayadi, DG from Indonesia. So at the moment, I didn't mention your answer is expected between 3 to 5 minutes. But we have only lady Sonia, so I give more time. So Mr. Tri Kayadi is working? Oh, okay. Use this one. Okay. Please.
Thank you, the chairperson, the former Secretary General of IMO, Mr. Kitak Lim, and also the chairperson of International Maritime Mobility Forum. Distinguished all of the panelists and all of distinguished invited guests who attend in this special event. As a maritime country, Indonesia recognizes the pivotal role of the seafarer in driving our economic growth and also global connectivity. And we think that this is very important for Indonesia to follow the standard. It means today and the future standard. As we know that for the decarbonization and digitalization become the hot issue that must be, all of the country must be concerned about that. And we have carried out every effort to solve the problem about the high, or we call it the seafarer needed for the future. And the first, the effort that we make is we setting the future seafarer standard. It means we working closely with the shipping company and also the international organization. What was the competency that needed for in the next 5 year or 10 year seafarer? So we can prepare it from today. And in this matter, we can say that we not only prepare in the technical hard skill, but also in the technical soft skill. It is an important thing that the combination between technical hard skill and technical soft skill, how they react in the case of emergency and how they decide to do something, it will be a technical soft skill. And in this matter, that the Indonesia now is open the hand for the cooperation between country among the member of the IMO to be contributed in this project. And the second thing that we make is we developing focus in the priorities in advanced global education and training system. It means that if we discuss or we talk about the education system, there are lecturer and also the instructor. For the lecturer and instructor, we make the upgrade training, we make upskilling for them. And also, there are a mandatory for them to, we call it, to working on the industry around 1 or 2 months. So it means there is a very important thing that so they can understand what was going on in the future in the care on the future. And of course, the second thing is about the curricula. We always improve the curricula. So the curricula will be updated according to the need of the industry. And the third is about the facility, the training facility. the training facility is one of the important part in how we train our cadet become a qualified seafarer. And of course, we also invited the instructor from the industry to share the knowledge, share the latest technology to our cadet. And the third is about the collaboration and cooperation. And Indonesia have been initiative to invited the person or the official from Namibia last year to follow the training of trainer 6.09 in Indonesia. And then in the last month, there are 19 officials from Malawi, Kenya, and Tanzania, South Africa, and one another country is coming to Indonesia. This is the part of improving the capacity building. And we hope that the cooperation and collaboration will be elaborate in the future with another institution to prepare the seafarer to be ready to operate the high technology vessel. And in our country, we are recognized as a maritime country. We always promoted to the young generation and also motivated the young generation to become a professional seafarer. And the effort is we conduct together, we call it the pentahelic cooperation among the government, the community, the education and training institution, and also the industry and the media, because the media is the important part if we like to socialize or we like to want that the community know about the program that carried out by the government. This is my answer, and thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Kayadi. I have to inform the head of a nation who paid the call, visit to IMO. In my time, as a Indonesian President, Mr. Joko Widodo, he came to IMO April 2016. And he made a presentation for 20 minutes in English. There was Korea Maritime. So I'm really glad to hear, from your commitment and the policy of Indonesian government how to handle seafarers issues. I think there will be much resonated by the all participants. Thank you very much. And then next, I would like to invite Mr. An Kwang-hun, advisor of the Korea Shipping and Shipbuilding and Offshore Engineering. So please.
Thank you very much for you to inviting to attend the discuss panel. First, in my introduce to my experience in the HD Hyundai experience also in my working to in the 40 years, the working to in the shipbuilding companies. And already we have to experience that before the shipbuilding development and shipbuilding production, shipbuilding ocean management. So that during the 10 years we have the present of some HD Hyundai groups. Last year, end of the last year, we have the retire, and then we now the group, the technical, high technical issue and the management in the advisor. Today we will discuss and the subject three sectors and two summarize the two kind of the some explain. So today you are the three kind of the subject we sometimes we have to confuse so that what do you think about and your high technology ship and high the classes crew. In my experience that in the ongoing vessels, onboarding to in the 3,000 times. So many times we have to in the computers that will some I wanted to in the crew class level. As you know, in Korean shipbuilding company, all the recently trend to decarbonization, digitalization, green fuel changes. But I think about that some all kind of some subject to in the deep changes. Now it's not doing the changes, the deep changes. From now on, already some several times with the exchange that will the high technology application to in the the shipbuilding, construction and delivery and this management. Sometimes any times we have to we recommend to in the high technology shipbuilding, high technology ocean. We have to concentration the training and the crew. Now is some we have to deep changes. So thinking about that all kind of some issue. Already we have to as soon as be able to in the some recommend in the decarbonization. All ship. The buildings application, new technology, and the well to make some application technology. That is some, and then more than some logic to the decarbonization. And then additional to very important keyword in the digitalization. Some more than AI, ICT. The same times with the application, we have the new technology in the application to in the new shipbuilding. Many times I have to recommend in from now on we high technical issue and we top class the crew. With the level 2 in the big change and with the training method, we have to challenge. I am recommended that with some the university and the high school application to in the some the training the method of the education method is the big change. So we have to now from now on will the changes. Some high technology and additional to ICT, AI, digital transformation. So we assume to in the some I recommend to in the global country where the co-works very well. Now assume to in the some now the employee to the crew. So that 70% in the some foreign countries, especially that with the employee to in the East Asia countries, many people with the employee to in the crew. But some with his skill. Sometimes I have to recommend and then some already I wanted to the hard skill and the soft skill. We have to separate it to in the hard skill and the soft skill. In the futures, we have some collaboration to have in the training the method to the big changes. So now already I'm announced in the 2021 we decarbonization in the future 2015 the carbon zero. So I'm thinking about and some long times we have to in the future. So we have the business skill and the technical issues that we do some. From now on, we'll start and the deep change it. We'll also the same times and the high technology application and the digitalized. We have to want in the application today. Already in 2021, the first start and the green fuel the changes, and then 2022, 2023 in the delivery, post delivery LNG, the methanol, some the biofuel. All day long, this ships application to and some new green fuel technology, and then we our application to in the digitalization. This is already in delivery shipbuilding. Sometimes we recommend the big complaint and some big claim. Attend to in the marine manager and the ongoing vessels, and with we have the detailed issue and the analysis, and then some mistake of the operation miss. This is an issue that we will do some recommend, and then some it's not sufficient in the trainings. In all these cases, we have to the standby and people with the training. I'm the finally recommend the two kind of the some recommend. Our global training centers, the global the Ocean University and the Ocean High School, so that some all these kind of the some we have to two kind of the same collaboration. To high technology and the software skills together, hard skill and the software skills, two kind of the same the trainings. This is our training method in East Asia country and the EU countries. Some many different issues that some we recommend that in the global. The very best, the same mind and the same technology, the same issue that with the training subject and the training technical issue. There's a training continues going on. Thank you very much. Next time, so we'll the full detail explained. Yeah. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Mr. Dr. An for the comprehensive explanation. Very important, the introduction regarding interaction between hardware and software, and also explained, perspective from a shipbuilding industry. At this moment, I really appreciate the contribution from shipbuilding industry, accommodating all regulation and the agreement developed by the IMO into the reality of shipping. Thank you very much. And also mentioned the Hyundai is running global training center. It is I believe it will be can be useful for providing opportunity for the cadet or people to have a training course, and also software, hardware can be reflected in the curriculum, but it is relevant to the revision of the STCW convention. But I think, Sonia, you recognize something about his comment, how to work to revise STCW convention and the annex to this convention. Anyway, this is very useful information. Thank you very much. And then I'd like to invite Dr. Hong Gi-yong, President of CRISO, and your time also hopefully between 3 to 5 minutes.
Okay.
Okay, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. As emphasized by several experts at today's forum, the maritime sector is rapidly transitioning toward advanced maritime mobility that integrates both carbon neutralization and digitalization. I'm from Research Institute, so I want to focus my talk on R&D activities in response to technological paradigm shift. Firstly, R&Ds in decarbonization can be roughly categorized 3 areas, like alternative fuel ships, energy-saving technologies, and operation efficiency. Alternative fuels include low carbon like LNG, carbon neutral like e-methanol, then carbon-free energy such as ammonia, hydrogen, even SMR, small modular reactor. As you know, each fuel has different technological challenges to overcome for efficient ship application. Energy-saving devices are another technology actively being developed. The technologies such as wind kite, rotor sail, and solar sail that utilize complementary energy resources can save fuels up to 20%. Additional equipment like a hull vane, bow foil, and gate rudder that improve propulsion efficiency can effectively save fuels up to 30%. Regarding the operation efficiency, which mainly depends on ship speed, it can save up to 75% of fuels, though it may require longer transportation time. Secondly, R&D in digitalization mainly focus on MaaS, maritime autonomous surface ship technology, which aim to develop mandatory code by 2032. Additionally, various maritime digital technologies are actively developed globally to enhance maritime safety management driven by advanced ICT technologies. For instance,
Korea became the first country commercializing LTE-M-based sea navigation system, which has been in service since 2021. Regarding education and training of seafarers, those achievements and infrastructure built from R&Ds can be utilized effectively, particularly early period of advanced maritime mobility, because the emerging technology is new to most seafarers and not many ships available for training and education. While the infrastructure, R&D infrastructure, may be available in advance, also researchers are more experienced with these new technologies. Lastly, I want to emphasize that the advanced maritime mobility cannot be achieved through the efforts of a single country or organization. It requires concerted efforts of research institutes like ours, classification society, industry, academia, and government, each fulfilling their roles and responsibilities, also cooperating with one another to build an efficient industrial ecosystem. Moreover, international cooperation through organizations like the IMO is essential for establishment of global regulations and standards. CRISO is committed to continuing our efforts in technological innovation and demonstration for the advanced maritime mobility through active collaboration with relevant domestic and international organizations. I will explain how to utilize R&D achievements and infrastructure later in the second round discussion for education and training of seafarers, specifically based on CRISO experience. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hong. I really would like to express my deep thanks for the contribution from CRISO at the various IMO meetings, particularly regarding decarbonization and digitalization. Current contribution from CRISO is extraordinary, much higher, enhanced contribution compared to the past. And then thank you for the comment about the importance and how to use the outcome of the R&D issues and how to convey this kind of the outcome of the R&D to seafarers training and education. And also mentioned about the importance of cooperation, domestic cooperation and international cooperation. Really helpful, insightful comment. Thank you very much. And finally, I'd like to invite Dr. Yang Chang-ho, Vice Chairman of the Korean Chamber of Shipping. I'm looking forward to very insightful and excellent, extraordinary comment about this issue. Dr. Yang, please.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, everybody. I should make it short because of last order. I'd like to focus on the first and third discussion issues. About first discussion, I'd like to tell you about three things. First, developing education and training program are needed to that the revised maritime education curriculum, including training on new technology, automation, and green shipping practice are needed at Education Institute and Maritime University. This includes understanding autonomous system, data analytics, and risk management. Industry partnership is also needed. Collaboration with the shipping company and technology providers to offer training and internships for cadets will ensure that new seafarers can be prepared for future ship operation. providing opportunity for current seafarers to upskill through workshop, online courses, and certification related to new technology are also indispensable. Establishment of a seafarers training center at a major seafarers supply country and training high-quality seafarers through joint operation could be the shortest way of training seafarers. Second is technology adaptation. Technology development related to the autonomous ship is required. The technology contains remote operator and data analyst, reducing the need for the large number of seafarers on board while still maintaining high operational standard. It is also required to equip the seafarer with the necessary skill to work alongside advanced technology, including artificial intelligence and machine learning system. And third one is the forecasting and planning. Training seafarers with the new skills should start by anticipating how much such education and training needed will arise. So we have to conduct the regular assessment of the maritime labor market to identify trend and future needs for seafarers and adjust training program accordingly. About third question, there are several key measures being considered or implemented for international cooperation in this area. I agree all the measures already mentioned by many. And once again, first research and development collaboration are necessary. And the international standard and certifications could ensure that global mobility is maintained. And the development of a joint training program is also a good alternative. But I'd like to mention about some other aspect of international cooperation. From the standpoint of the ship owners and ship operating companies, especially for the decarbonization, while the industry remains committed to the decarbonization, it's crucial to recognize that the shipping community is one of the least polluting sectors instead of unfairly targeting us. The push toward the decarbonization is in shipping driven by international and national regulation requires significant investment in alternative fuel, advanced ship, and new technology. While this transition is crucial for environmental sustainability, it may create financial and operational challenge for shipping companies and could lead to a potential financial risk if not properly managed. I mean that who pay for the extra cost of the expensive ships and fuel? Do shippers pay for the extra cost? Up to now, there is no movement of willing to pay the cost by shippers. So international regulator such as IMO, European Commission, have to talk with the Shippers Association and the consumer stakeholders about the balanced burden with the shipping companies. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Yang, for the comprehensive, insightful comment about these issues. Definitely, particularly in terms of collaboration of the R&D activities, this one is relevant to revision of the IMO's STCW convention module of the convention, and also how to share the cost and the expense of the investment in the infrastructure and equipment for the training and education. Mentioned, who actually care for the cost. But I believe, as you mentioned about Sonia, we need a lot of investment, in terms of the training education, accommodating new high-tech, regulation and standard coming from digitalization and the decarbonization. So in that sense, at the moment, IMO have an agenda item at the meeting, how the carbon certain like fund to be established, generated from the carbon pricing system, and how to allocate these budgets in where, area the budget should be allocated. So these one is the key issues. That's why at this, with this opportunity, member state needed to raise voice, so those the fund that can be allocated in the enhancing facilities in a different country, particularly seafaring nations. This is the one point. In that sense, I hope with this opportunity, member state continue to talk and raise your voice in a more harmonious way at the IMO meetings. With this, and actually time is approaching, but the moderator is standing, but we need some more time to have a summary. But we have, I think, at least we need 1 minute from each panelist regarding individual specific questions. Particularly, I'm going to start one final question to each panelist, starting from the Dr. Kim, President of KMI. And regarding on these issues, what do you expect KMI contribute to resolve or enhance this kind of situation respect to this the trend and development regarding this issue? So can you explain how to KMI contribute to this sense? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think we have already passed our schedules, but I will make very short comments. Yes, KMI is a research institute for the national government. And also, we have some responsibility of the international cooperation on maritime and ocean affairs. So firstly, we are trying to set up some research mechanism for the seafarers issues in global levels. So the IMO is absolutely very important partners, and also Philippines, Indonesia, and other seafarer countries are major partners of our cooperation in the future. And also the international activities, you mentioned about the STCW, that is very important mechanism of the seafarers capacity building. So we will try to contribute more for that kind of international guidelines for the education and training for the seafarers. So that is our basic directions as a research institute. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Kim. Also relevant to the comment from Sonia regarding international cooperation. So I'd like to ask to Ms. Sonia, and you mentioned about the importance of international cooperation. So how do you expect enhancement of international cooperation on these issues?
Well, definitely outside of the deliberations and discussions in the IMO. For example, the one that we signed earlier on our intent to collaborate for the maritime mobility is a good example of how we could still enhance our regional or international cooperation, because we really need to come up with a training framework that will address all these needs and requirements for our seafarers, because whatever alternative or green fuels or digital solutions and other automation that we are about to experience in the next years, the most affected are the seafarers. And in all of this, safety is very important. That's why we really need to provide the necessary training for all our seafarers to ensure safe operation of ships. Whatever fuel we will decide on and will be commercially available in the future, the bottom line is the safe operation of these ships, and this responsibility rests on our seafarers. So we really need to talk more and join together and come up with this training framework. Thank you.
Thank you, Sonia, for the important comment. I think more or less a similar question to the Indonesia. And can you answer about how to Indonesia respond for the international cooperation on these issues, please?
Thank you, the chairperson. Then we are in the Human Resources and Development Agency. This aspect that there are more international cooperation. And of course, this international cooperation in the future will be like a tool to all of us, the seafarer country, to prepare the high quality seafarer. This is my, so thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tree. Thank you very much. And then I'd like to ask the Dr. An from the shipbuilding industry point of view, how to the contribute to enhancement of training and education of the seafarers. You have a program, but you already mentioned some training center. On top of that, you have anything to add on that? 1 minute, please.
Thank you very much for some more than any question. Last week I mentioned to our HD Hyundai group, so of course of the shipbuilding group, we already installed in the 4 cases with the training centers open. The first with the global customer and with the cooperation between the shipbuilding management, the crew trainings. Of course, we have to additional new technology, hard skills, soft skills, the two together. And we, including two in the digital twin and local control and management, shipbuilding's management in analysis, data analysis, so all main kind of the services. So that we have to in the training center is in the Bundang main office is local control center. Maybe in this year in the some 10 times size. It is some in the training center we have to the new technology, all hard and the software skill in additional to in the simulation, digital twin applications all can with training, and then the Ulsan the smart ship inside of the local control, local test, and simulation the same as centers. And HD Hyundai Marine Solution Service and the train centers. And then we have to additional manning in the local control center. We have to already contract 300 ships is contract in the real time and we data access and in the local controls. Before the control to in the factory the captures. And then we are the Ulsan University inside of the installed and the big train center is open. So that you very good chance that anytime next we will visiting. I have to the visiting to you.
Thank you very much, Dr. An. Very comprehensive additional information. And now the Dr. Hong from CRISO. You mentioned already how to utilize outcome R&D. You mentioned already, but do you have anything to add on your previous intervention?
Okay, basically.
1 minute, please.
Okay. We are constructing many infrastructures in my institute, and those infrastructure can be utilized for the education and training of industry professionals, including seafarers. For example, when university or seafarer training institution conduct training programs for advanced future ship seafarer or specialized personnel, our research center can participate by providing education on advanced technologies based on our development, also field-based learning using actual infrastructure, and the digital twin is another area that actively we are developing in my institute. So digital twin technology for ship operation and navigation training is also possible. Demonstration infrastructure being built in Mokpo and Ulsan can be directly utilized for education and training of specialized personnel. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hong. And followed by the Dr. Yang, how the Korean Chamber of Shipping, support, help the Korean shipping community to adapt to new development.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. By the standpoint of ship owners, we hope these measures we already mentioned could be implemented. I think by this kind of implementing the measure, the seafarers can work safer, more efficient, and environmentally responsible while adapting the rise of advanced ship technology. One thing I'd like to focus is the role of the Korea. We expect to utilize Korea's know-how in maritime education for decades. The Republic of Korea, which is a seafarers' country and also the shipping and the shipbuilding country, could play an important role. So if we establish a seafarers' high-quality training center, we can build advanced ship with relevant high-skilled seafarers. We support it.
Thank you, Dr. Yang, for the comment, very positive comment. Now we are approaching to the final stage. So in the interest of time constraint, we have to finish as soon as possible. But however, I have to summarize, those discussion. But I don't introduce in detail. But with this kind of information presented from all panelists regarding decarbonization, digitalization, high-tech, etc., all the challenges faced by the seafarers. But I would like to highlight, mentioned by the panelists, the importance of cooperation and collaboration. How to work together among domestic stakeholders and among international stakeholders. And also it should be certain work at the IMO level, how to revise convention and training module to accommodate these development. This is very important. And the second one, with those important comments from panelists, particularly I would like to highlight importance initiative from KMI, how to help these issues, and also certain policy from Korean government to help this kind of situation to improve. So in that sense, I really thank the President Kim of the KMI on these issues. And finally, these issues should be domestic point of view, but at the same time, it should be looked at from a global perspective, because it is global issues. That's why it should be good support, good cooperation among IMO member states. At the same time, should be reflected to the certain technical cooperation program of IMO. Where fund is coming from? Fund coming from individual member state. However, as I mentioned, there is certain important issues underway regarding carbon pricing, which
can generate a certain good size of a fund, and IMO is talking about how to allocate those funds to which area. So at this moment, member states raise voice, how to help, how to prepare from the seafarers' training point of view toward a certain change and the trend. So that's why, in that sense, I mentioned, certain like-minded member states get together with this opportunity, get together, talk about how to proceed collaboration, voice at the IMO meeting. I think this is a good opportunity. That is what I'd like to highlight. Finally, I really appreciate work of the Korean Ocean Ministry and also KMI for organizing this forum. And also, I really express my highest appreciation to all participants here. And also, even we don't have some time for questions, but also, as I mentioned, welcome participation from the cadet who are attending training course at the KIMT. KIMT is also working very hard. Extraordinary, performance by the KIMT to provide a certain training opportunity to cadet around the world. So with that, it is not the end of the story of these issues. I hope you continue dialogue and the discussion, communication on these issues. And also, as I mentioned, from different panelists, they are already running certain training education center. Can be, I believe, can be used for this purpose as well. With that, we are all looking forward. The most successful outcome of the IMO discussion, decarbonization, digitalization, and then we have to look up to properly seafarer the issues, safety and the welfare as a whole. So with this, now I would like to declare we are closing this forum. Thank you very much. Thank you. All
Everyone, please send out a big hand to the chair and all of the panelists for this excellent and high-level discussion. Thank you very much for the discussion, Chairman Im and all of the panelists. You may return to your seats. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. You may return to your seats. So, I'd like to extend my sincerest gratitude to all speakers who have come to Korea for today's conference. And you may return to your seats, please. Then finally, we will have a closing remarks from the Chairman Im Gi-taek of this forum. 뭐 있어서 그냥 하지 말까? All right. Thank you once again, Chairman Im Gi-taek. And Thank you to all of the panelists. So now this concludes the 2024 International Maritime Mobility Forum. I sincerely hope this conference was meaningful. And once again, I express my deepest gratitude to all guests and participants. It was great to be with all of you. Thank you for being here with us today. Goodbye. 여러분 끝까지 함께 해주셔서 대단히 고맙습니다. 안녕히 가십시오.